What's up, Seekers? Welcome back to the coolest channel on YouTube. How you guys doing? If you guys are brand new here, man, you guys don't know what we do, don't worry. I'm gonna break it down for you guys. We talk about the most scariest and creepiest videos on the net, on the web. That's gonna make us question everything. Sit back, get your snacks ready, man. Let's do what we do best, Seekers. Stay with it, y'all. Seek the truth.
Let me tell you about some interesting things I just learned today. Did you know there are 2,600 Panda Express locations, but less than 2,500 pandas on Earth? This graph shows the percentage of Americans that have a passport, with over 50% right now. But back in 1990, only 4% of Americans had one. Every living U.S. president could have gone to high school together except Obama. The Las Vegas Strip is not actually a part of the city of Las Vegas. It is located in the unincorporated towns of Paradise and Winchester. A Colombian drug sniffing dog was so proficient at finding drugs that the cartel placed a bounty on that dog's head. Zoe Roth, also known as the Smiling Disaster Girl, sold that image of herself with a house fire in the background to an NFT collector back in 2021, making almost $500,000. Got out good with that one. Jaden Smith opened a restaurant where paying is optional. If you're broke, you eat for free. If you can afford it, you pay for others. Very interesting idea.
Homer Simpson was able to figure out the calculation for the mass of the Higgs-Boson particle, aka the God particle, 14 years before CERN did, and that equation was worth $13.5 billion. So, is everything a stage? I don't even know anymore, but this is my driver. Are you kidding me? This is the particle accelerator that they're building in CERN, for context. And you just casually put that in a cartoon, you know, something just doesn't make sense there, but whatever.
It really don't. Simpson always knows, man.
What if I told you there's a lot more to Antarctica than you've ever been told and they're keeping it from you? You see, we were told to believe that Antarctica, that circle, that white circle right here, is the end of where we believe life is, right? So we're inside of that, and those are all of our continents, but the truth is there's a lot more out there. There was an explorer by the name of Admiral Byrd, and he went over there and he seen shit that he said was crazy. But check this out.
35 years ago, our guest tonight found out whether there was any land north of the North American continent. He made that first discovery flight, and I must say that Admiral Byrd, our guest tonight, is not only our greatest living explorer, but he's been an inspiration to countless Americans. Admiral Byrd, you've been to both the North Pole and the South Pole. Is there any unexplored land left on this earth that might appeal to adventurous young Americans?
Yes, there is. And not up around the North Pole, because it's getting crowded up there now, because they find out it's really usable, not only to live in, but militarily. But strangely enough, there's left in the world today an area as big as the United States that's never been seen by a human being. And that's beyond the pole, on the other side of the South Pole, from Middle America. And I think it's quite astonishing that there should be an area as big as that unexplored.
Now this is where things get weird, because you're telling me that Admiral Byrd claimed that there was more land past Antarctica, and 5 years later, the UN, United Nations, mysteriously assembles together to pass a worldwide treaty banning all travel to Antarctica. People, this is where shit gets weird. As soon as he told Americans in the world that there was more land beyond Antarctica, they all agreed, all these countries agreed for nobody to go over there or be able to go over there. How weird is that? They are hiding something. Since when do countries ever get along? They're all at war all the time about the dumbest shit, but somehow they came to an agreement to keep all of us out of Antarctica. Why? What the fuck is over there that we don't know about? This is another good clip. Check this out.
By his son after his death, Admiral Byrd tells an extraordinary story. Admiral Byrd heard there was an entrance to the center of the Earth through the South Pole. And he took planes into the South, under the South Pole. And when he did that, he discovered that as he flew over the pole, suddenly he's looking at things that shouldn't be there. His squadron flew under the Earth, into the Earth. It turns into this lush and green area, and he can't even believe his eyes. But that's just the beginning of his extraordinary story.
All I'm saying is that all these countries are keeping something from all of us, and we need to figure out what it is.
That sounds like the movie, bro. Journey to the Center of the Earth, man. I'm trying to tell you, bro. When you watch these movies, man, they put them right in front of our faces. We just have to pay attention. Kentucky. The hell was that? I think
This
that's a
may be way
hoax.
more crazier than we originally thought. It seems like the moon and the stars and the sun and other things in the sky may not be real or something like that. It seems like they're just projections and they want us to think that they're real, so we're being tricked that there's space and there's stuff in space, and I don't know if this is good or bad, but it doesn't seem that...
I'll call a cop on that one as well. This video is zoomed in, it's not AI. Stay in the back. It's like a light.
Oh, on
Follow.
Nelson's Island. Trying to figure out how to get to that thing. New video coming soon. Gotta still get all the way. I should get going because I'm pretty sure those are security cameras. Let me get my ass moving. Holy shit, we did it. There's security all over. They're coming up right now.
You guys
That's
know
so
there
crazy.
are actually angels that are on earth right now. They're not just all in heaven. There are 4 angels who are chained under the river Euphrates. You guys know the great river Euphrates? It runs through Iraq, Syria, and Turkey. In this river, there are 4 angels that are chained there, waiting for their day to wreak havoc on the earth. When I say wreak havoc, I mean like wreak havoc. What's insane about it is these angels are going to be released when all of the river dries up. And right now, the river is drying up pretty drastically. You'll hear people say, oh, it's dried up before, but it's never completely dried up. But through the times that it has dried up, there was caves that were discovered, giant caves that were under the water. Water used to be above this spot up here. And there were caves that have been revealed that are under this river Euphrates, which is interesting. Some people have also recorded sounds coming from the depths of these caves that are under the river Euphrates. Now, guess what these creatures or these angels are going to do? They are going to kill 1/3 of the world's population. So for perspective, there's 8 billion people on the earth right now. So that's right around 2.5 billion people that are going to be destroyed by these angels. Now, these angels are interpreted as fallen angels, but the Bible doesn't explicitly say that they're fallen angels. However, I would assume if they're in chains, that means that they're in prison. So I would assume that there are some of the angels that fell to the earth, which is interesting. So these are fallen angels that are going to wreak havoc on the earth. These angels are going to be released at the 6th. Angels are going to be released at the 6th trumpet. And there are 7 trumpets.
This is what's going on right now as things are turning up on Earth. This is the kind of energies that we are seeing. Take a look at this.
Or, my best guess.
Looks like a real intelligent being, right?
I'm recording it.
Because it is.
What the hell is that?
No clue.
We're composed of light. We're light beings that just happen to inhabit these vessels, these meat suits, or whatever you want to refer them to. We're light. And all of us have different auras or different lights that shine. Just like you see the different orbs. Some orbs are, indigo. Some are gold. Some are white. Some are blue, depending on their frequency and vibration. We only see less than 1% of the light photon spectrum. And because of that, as the veil continues to thin, we are going to be able to start seeing a lot of these light beings. We are composed of light, right? The Schumann resonance has been spiking here and there, on and off. We've had a lot of major solar flares that have been happening. As these things continue to turn up on Earth, the Earth's electromagnetic field continues to weaken, and therefore we're going going to continue to see things that we've never seen before.
Super Bowl ads were really weird. The Ritz Cracker ad was about a party on an island, and these two dudes were salty that they weren't invited until Scarlett Johansson invited them. Then they weren't mad anymore and joined the party. It seems like they're saying that we're just salty we weren't invited to the parties too. In the Nerds commercial, they got a dude who looked just like Jeffrey Epstein eating candy with children running around in his background. In the Pringles commercial, Sabrina Carpenter had a boyfriend who was made out of Pringles. Suddenly he dies and then everyone just starts eating him. This shocks Sabrina Carpenter until she gets a bite for herself. Then she made a face like, oh, it's really not that bad. They trying to tell us don't knock it until you try it, bro. Eat people, gang. In the Alexa commercial, Chris Hemsworth was telling his wife how he was scared about the AI and she was just telling him that he was crazy. And then the AI suggested to give him a back massage and then everything was good. Like that was it. It's like they're telling us we're doing too much about the AI. Now comment down below. Am I thinking too deep into this or are they doing this on purpose, gang?
Right here. There's some weird Super Bowl commercials that happen, man. Tell me down below. I didn't get the Sabrina Carpenter one until you just broke it down, bro. Crazy.
She really won't remember anything.
We're going to my island for a few days.
So do you think the human sacrifice is before or after that?
They did the Brighter Days memory erasure treatment to me. Memory erasure treatment to me.
What's going on in Mexico, man? What I've been seeing trending on Twitter, crazy, that whole situation going on, bro. Shut the whole city out.
Epstein has leaked emails of people going out and doing hunts. Hunting for pleasure. All hunting them like game. The heck? There was actually a woman that leaking the information of what she said was a Rothschild's hunting trip, right? Oh. And specifically certain types of people too, which makes it even more disturbing. This is to Epstein going to Mean Lana's party now to hunt. Why would you be going to a party to hunt? Snipe hunt is over. Moon cricket in a field bag. And then the bottom is so messed up. Look, guess what? Their words. No. Yeah. That's what they're saying in the email. There's speculation they would take a whole bunch of throw them into like a forest on a deserted area enclosed where they can't escape, and they would hunt them like game. And what's even more crazy is what if this was the first step before consumption?
That makes sense.
There's no exact proof yet where these locations were. Okay. And I don't think necessarily it was the island. Yeah. Thanks. Thrilling hunt from Ariane de Rothschild. Amazing old male. Amazing hunt.
What the?
She's talking about who she got.
Australia, you're about to see a whole lot more Trump. Donald's eldest son, Eric, has just announced on X that they will be soon constructing the tallest building in the entire country, called the Trump International Hotel and Tower Gold Coast. Schoolie's about to go crazy here. And not only will the skyscraper be about 335 meters tall with 91 stories, but it will cost more than $1 billion US. It will come with 550 rooms and luxury apartments. It'll have space for high-end retailers and restaurants, and of course, an exclusive beach club. Eric Trump said this marks our first venture into Australia with more to come. So, Australia, are you a fan of your new tallest building or not?
The shit that Michael Jordan did to that little boy was unacceptable, whether he did it on purpose or by mistake. Now, people were saying that Mike was trying to get some ice out of that little boy's shirt. But then you have other people that are saying that it wasn't no ice in that little boy's shirt. But his father has something to say about everything that happened. Look at this shit.
Say anything that you'd like to say about the media backlash involved with Michael Jordan celebrating with your family.
Yeah, I mean, from my perspective, I've gotten to know Michael and his family very well over the years I've been here with 23XI, and you know, I I don't see what other people see when it comes to this. You know, for me, it's a huge moment. You know, this is the biggest moment of my career. It's a huge moment for my family and for his family, and I just, you know, I put that off to the side and just think about how think about the look on Yvette's face, and the whole family and his whole group when they got to Victory Lane too, and just how happy and everybody was celebrating together.
So Tyler Reddick, the kid's father, is defending Michael Jordan. He's saying that it was harmless, but the world had their own opinion. I'll tell you this, we've never heard of anything like that happening with Michael Jordan. And whether you like him or not, the parent and parents of this kid is saying that he didn't do anything wrong. What do you think? I'm a fool.
Tell me down below, man. Was he just getting like ice out of his shirt? And the parents think he's okay with it, so I guess everybody was overreacting in the media. They were trying to blow it up for nothing. What do you think?
They're saying the earth is running out of water.
How?
How the fuck is the earth running out of water? How do that even make sense, bro? They're calling this the global water bankruptcy. I swear them people be having names for everything, bro. So they say the Colorado River runoff is fucked up. They said it's getting worse and worse. And then they said some of the lakes in Texas look like as if someone pulled the little drain plug and all the water was going away or some shit. And they also said California too. They said some people be having it screwed. They think just because they getting a little rain is good. But I guess that little rain not helping. Now, let's say this is actually true. That means they gonna start making restrictions on certain things. Like imagine you gotta take a shower or something, and they say you can only run your water for like 2 minutes, fool. Or they have an automatic switch where they shut your water off if you're going over the time limit. Or just imagine they give you a limit to water in general, like the water you buy, the water you use to wash yourself, the water you use to wash a car, anything. What if they start making restrictions on that shit? Is that where we're headed? Because they're saying we're running out of water. But I'm lost. Somebody let me know down below in the comments how y'all feel about this. That shit sound wild to me, fool.
Yeah. The only thing that comes to my mind about is how we're running out of water is AI, bro. Heard over many clips, man, like that. It consumes a lot of water, man. ChatGPT, all these AI systems, they have to use water on order for it to work, bro. So we're gonna have to cut back on that AI, man. I don't know how we run out of water, but that's my best guess.
Worship Saturn just as much as the elites do. The difference is they know what they're doing and you don't. See that black cube on your head at graduation? That's Saturn symbolism. Saturn represents time, discipline, hard work, and material rewards. Sounds good, right? The system inverted this energy into enslavement. They taught you to master a skill, then trapped you where your mastery builds their wealth. You graduate, get a job, now you're stuck. Your degree becomes your imprisonment. Why do you have a master's degree? Why do you work in the field? Why do your boss, which literally means master, control your time? Why do you work for a corporation? From corpus, meaning corpse. Dead body? Why is your pay called a salary? Literally, salt rations for Roman slaves. Why are you human resources instead of human beings? Master, field, boss, corpse, rations, resources. Same language, different plantation. The cube at graduation marked you for the field. The elites aren't worshiping the planet. They inverted Saturn's energy. Mastery, time, discipline, and built a system with it. So every time you clock in, every time you celebrate a promotion, every time you sacrifice your time for a paycheck, you're feeding inverted Saturn. You're doing a ritual and calling it success. Saturn should be building your legacy, your empire, your generational wealth through your discipline and mastery. But they flipped it. Convinced you that mastering their curriculum, working their hours, following their structure equals success. So that black cube at graduation, that's a marking ritual. Basically saying, we own your time now. Your Saturn's meant to build your kingdom, not theirs. DM your birth details for a $33 Saturn self-mastery reading. Unlock your discipline, your time, and your wealth. I'll be taking 10 readings only.
Don't worry, come on in and everybody sit down. Get your books out and your pens and your pencils. If you got a switch, you might need it, bitch. You might have to. That switches are allowed for today's class. U.S. Congressman Tim Burchett said if Trump discloses the classified UFO photos and videos he has seen, that means he know Trump seen this shit. We realize that we're 1 grain of sand on 100 million beaches. You mean to tell me, okay, I just was at the beach yesterday and it was sand everywhere. So you mean to tell me we are 1 grain of sand on 100 million beaches? Why y'all be bothering me then? Why y'all trying to make me pay rent? Make everybody else. There's so many other people y'all could be bothering. Now that I know I'm just a little grain of sand and y'all still be fucking with me, I must be special. I'm special. And my question is, Mr. Tim, we talk to the aliens? The fuck, why they only talk to y'all? I got different questions than y'all do. What happened to y'all nose? First off, once we get past that, how many of us are y'all descendants? And be real, all y'all niggas is our descendants, nigga. Look at that nigga mouth. Again, now y'all see why I fuck with Tim Burchett. Tim Burchett says he was told in a classified briefing about a football-sized UFO moving underwater at a speed of 200 miles per hour. Damn. Keep it coming, Tim, because guess what? They ain't telling us shit. We need to know if aliens in a motherfucking Hellcat, the size of a motherfucking football field, underwater, sliding, listening to Youngboy. We need to know that type of shit because I want to go with them.
Disney movies. In Peter Pan, he takes the kids to an island where he's obsessed with youth and never growing up. In Pinocchio, the man says he's collecting little boys to bring to Pleasure Island. Where they do adult things, they turn into donkeys and he sells them into slavery. In Monsters Inc., they scare the children to get their energy for their own energy. What does that look like in that yellow tube? In Tangled, the old lady steals a baby so she can stay young. In Hocus Pocus, the old witches steal a child's life to stay young. And it says this at the end of the movie Enchanted.
Anyone want to be forthcoming on what's going on? Any. Because you gotta see it from my perspective. What the did I just walk into? Celebration. Nobody? Celebration or what?
Life.
Okay, street.
Celebration of life? What the hell they said? That ain't it. Are they like George? What
Okay, the reason I told you guys that we're here for public safety at this point. What's on your arms? Oh. Where are you guys going now? $127, can I get you back down here?
It's on her neck.
That looks like blood, is it? Shining your light? Is it blood?
That's what I'm asking.
What taste it?
No.
Okay.
Do you see why we're here? Why we're asking questions?
I don't know. You got the wrong guy.
Well, this season is insane, bro. Things people do, man, for acceptance, bro.
I was gonna ask those guys questions, and then he told them all to start heading out.
No matter what, they're always going to tell you the truth, even if it's through other people. The Shade Frost goes on and says that he had a dream or predicted programming that Kai Cenat is cloned. Remember, he looks different, he talks different, he acts different. They going deeper, saying that he might be in Antarctica getting cloned. Listen to this.
Kai was a clone, bro. You had a dream Kai was a clone? Yeah, I had a dream he was a clone, and then Kai was under like a we were just talking, but like under, and I was going somewhere, he was underground, like he was locked up, like the old him was locked up, like screaming and shit. I swear to God, bro, it was hella weird. It was hella weird. Kai just texted me and said, I'm underwater, my neck is off, I'm in the ocean, I'm on the way to Antarctica. I'm underwater. My neck is off. I'm in the ocean. I'm on my way to Antarctica.
They clone my man Kai.
They're always going to tell you the truth, whether they use another person or not. But the fact of the matter is, whenever these people are about to be cloned, a new narrative comes out. You guys see them looking brand new. Y'all think it's them. No, it's literally someone else in their body. And guys like the Shade Frost and Rakai, they're being used in order to get this message across from you guys. But something is going on in Antarctica. Let me know what you guys think about this video. Let's continue to get this shit, y'all. Peace out.
Dumbest Deaths, part 122.
When workers in a Texas warehouse smelled gas, they did exactly what they were supposed to do. They turned off the power and every single light in the building and then evacuated. After this, 2 technicians from the gas company arrived and they wanted to go in the building and see what was going on. As they wandered around the building, they realised that they couldn't see anything. This is when one of the gas technicians pulled out a lighter. One explosion later and both were unalived.
You guys have to watch this creepy video.
Going for a walk and I look up and I see my neighbors.
Like, what? The lights flickering and all of them turning to her at the same time is just so creepy. But I think the creepiest part is that this is the one and only video she's posted, and she hasn't posted for 2 weeks. This is her account. The last time she posted was October 14th, I believe. So this begs the question, is this person okay? Let me know what you guys think about this in the comment section.
The Cheeto Dust Killer. February 9th, 2006. A witness watches a man in Taylorsville, Utah hold a bottle of Coke and a bag of Cheetos as he talks to 29-year-old Sonia Medja outside of her apartment. Suddenly, the man smacks Sonia hard on the head and forces both of them into the apartment. When Sonia's husband comes home, he finds the man's food outside the door. Inside the apartment, he finds Sonia stripped nude and strangled to death on the bed, and her body covered in Cheeto dust. Let's fast forward to February 9th, the same day, but a year later and only a mile away from the previous crime. An unknown man breaks into the apartment of Damiana Castillo and smothers her with a pillow. The investigators compared the 2 crimes and matched the DNA to the same man. Unfortunately, the judge has sealed the case, so the verdict is unknown. But what we do know is that police found the man who we call
We need to talk about this photo. This is what showed up in Emma's house over and over again, asking her the same question every time. The first time Emma saw this creature, she was in 4th grade. She heard a loud noise in her bedroom, followed by faint scratching sounds. She jumped out of her bed and tried to run into her mom's room, and that's when she saw it. Slowly, it moved towards her, its mouth stretching wide open, asking her one question. How old are you? Emma told this creature her age, and it replied, not yet. But the terrifying thing is, this creature came back over and over again. No matter where she moved, every 4 years this creature would appear in Emma's house. Her mother never believed her, saying it was just a recurring nightmare. But Emma knew something was targeting her, waiting for the right moment. And on the night before her 18th birthday, she was proven right. That night, this creature appeared again, but this time it said something different. It asked Emma, how old are you? And she replied 17. The creature then stood silently before croaking out the words, next time. Emma turns 21 soon, and she's been up every night, paranoid and terrified that any time now she'll find out exactly what the creature meant when it said next time. Like and follow for more.
Surgery. So what? It just kept like following her, following her. Is that based off like a movie or TV show or something like that? That's kind of the vibe I was getting. I don't know. What do you guys think, Seekers?
In the 1800s was fucking insane. Literally no anesthesia, no fucking drugs. You was awake while motherfuckers was chopping you up. One of the professional choppers, Robert Liston, was literally one of the fastest surgeons, which is good because you obviously want that shit to be over with fast. One day he was working so fast on a patient that he accidentally cut off 2 of his assistant's fingers. Both the patient and his assistant later died of gangrene. Oh, that's not all. Also, during the procedure, he accidentally swiped his blade past one of the elderly doctor's coats. The elderly doctor thought he was cut and literally went into shock and had a heart attack. So this motherfucker literally killed 3 people trying to save 1.
These are some extreme, and we know so little about it, and something about that doesn't sit right with me. Now, if you didn't like hearing those, I'm sorry, but that's
one of the Marines died. Felipe Calderon, the president, gave him this hero's funeral to the Marine who died. Afterwards, some gunmen went to the wake of the Marine in his hometown and murdered the mother, the sister.
Have you ever wondered how accurate police sketches are? I'm going to show you someone who committed a crime and then a sketch, and we're going to see. And this is a series, so follow along for more. So in 1971, John List annihilated his entire family. John had recently lost his job, but for a while he was pretending that he still had a job. He would leave his house in the mornings, but would spend the whole day just reading and not being at work. He knew his family would eventually catch on, so on November 9th, very slowly and methodically, one by one, he took the lives of his mother, his wife, and all 3 of his children. And then he disappeared to start a new life. That is until 18 years later when Frank Bender, a police sketch artist, debuted this clay bust of what he thought John would look like at this time on America's Most Wanted. He age progressed John 18 years from the last time he had been seen, and he even got his glasses right. The bust was so accurate that a man named Robert Clark would be arrested in Denver because his neighbors called in a tip to the FBI. John had been living under that name for 18 years.
It was all-out war in an Uber over a mask. 3 women are hassling the driver because he says one of them refused to wear a mask. Watch as she does the unthinkable, coughing on the driver. Then the irate woman grabs his phone and rips off his mask.
You don't touch my property!
The driver says he even drove them to a gas station so she could buy a mask when they first got into his vehicle.
I never said anything bad to them. I never cursed.
So, who is the woman in question? We've learned she has dozens of modeling pictures on Instagram. Today, she is apparently admitting her outrageous behavior.
All I did was take his mask off and cough a little bit, but I ain't even have corona. He lucky as hell I ain't have nothing on me.
She claims the driver was trying to force them out of the car. Police are investigating the incident.
Since yeah, of course you probably try to force you out the car. You trying to hit him? Coughing on him too? Nobody wants to deal with that. Just be like, Connie, can you exit my vehicle, man? Man. Simple as that. People be crazy, man. They're so entitled.
So many people are going crazy over the new Jeffrey Dahmer series on Netflix. Let me tell you the actual story. Jeffrey Dahmer was born in 1960. He had a pretty normal childhood until he started to become withdrawn. During high school, he started drinking. And over time, it started to become a real problem. His first murder was when he was 18 in high school. He picked up a hitchhiker named Stephen Hicks, and when Stephen decided that he wanted to leave, Dahmer murdered him. He dissected him and scattered his remains all over the backyard. And he didn't kill anyone until 9 years later. All his murders, he took Polaroids of. He was into necrophilia, cannibalism, and so much more. When he was caught, he was charged with 15 murder cases, and he was charged with 957 total years in prison. When he was caught, they found 7 skulls all over his apartment, and he confessed to not only killing but eating his victims. In prison, he was attacked multiple times by other inmates, but the thing that ended his life was when he was attacked by an inmate and murdered for what he did. He didn't die on impact, but he died on the way to the hospital. The Netflix show tells you all of this with more detailed information.
On March 5th, 2013, Shirai Mawera and her boyfriend, Lovemore Muzarabani, left the main road they had been walking down, and they headed out into the bush near Lake Kariba in Zimbabwe. They were headed to a specific spot. It was this beautiful clearing that the two actually went to frequently, and it was a spot where it was very private, and that was good because they like to use this spot to express their love for each other in a physical way. So when they got there, the two of them removed their clothing, and they became intimate with each other. Now, at some point, they were laying on the ground in a spooning position when Lovemore, the boyfriend, hears from right behind him this loud roar coming from the bushes. And he immediately ceases what he's doing and he jumps up. Right as Shirai is beginning to kind of sit up, this huge male lion comes bursting out of the brush and just tackles Shirai, pinning her to the ground. Lovemore, the boyfriend, he just takes off running. He runs till he gets kind of to the edge of the clearing, and then he realizes, okay, I just abandoned my girlfriend to this animal. And he turns around and he looks, but he can no longer hear Shirai screaming. In fact, the only noise he can hear is the noise of this giant lion tearing into his girlfriend while it's still got it pinned underneath her. So, not knowing what else to do, he just runs through the woods as fast as he can, completely naked, till he gets back to the main road they walked in on, where he tries to flag down some traffic, some passersby. But nobody is stopping to help him because they think he's mentally ill. Here you have this guy kind of out a little bit far away from town. He's wearing absolutely no clothes. He's completely nude, and he's just frantically trying to wave down cars. Eventually, some folks do stop. They hear what he has to say. They take him to the nearest police station where he tells them what happened. They get park rangers, and then police and park rangers go out to this clearing where he tells them that it's at.
When they get there, the lion is still there. It's eating Shirai. She's clearly deceased. Her throat has been ripped out and her stomach has been ripped open. They take a shot at the lion. They miss the lion. And then they launch a hunt for this lion. Now, shortly after launching this hunt on that same day, they came across more human remains not belonging to Shirai. They came across a hand, part of a hip, and a full human skull. And it was obvious whoever these remains belonged to had just been killed very recently. It turns out that the night before, a 77-year-old man named Musinji had been walking home late at night when apparently this lion, or one of these lions, had grabbed him off the path, drug him out into the woods, and then he was almost completely consumed. A few days later, park rangers would locate 3 different lions that they think were responsible. They shot all 3 of them. I believe it was 2 males and a female. One of the lions had marks around its neck from a human snare, and it didn't look healthy, so that's why they think this started. It is unknown how many people those lions actually killed and ate.
Let's talk about the outrageous Korea-New Zealand children's suitcase tragedy. A case where a New Zealand family purchased abandoned suitcases in an online auction. After they purchased them, they were horrified to find out what they found inside. 2 children's bodies, probably between ages 6 through 10. Now, the terrible part about this case is that the main suspect is the children's mother. So this terrible act was concluded to have happened around 2018. So the primary suspect, the mother that you see behind me, was a woman who had settled down in New Zealand. She was originally from Korea. She married another Korean New Zealand man. However, her husband passed away sometime around 2017 or 2016. Mysteriously and coincidentally, the mother left New Zealand in 2018. Remember, the crime was concluded to have happened around 2018 as well. So, after this family purchased the abandoned suitcases, they reported it to the authorities. Then, the New Zealand authorities cooperated with South Korean authorities to track the mother down. Members of the South Korean public helped a lot in tracking the mother down. People called into the police, letting the police know that they feel like they saw someone who fit the mother's description. Combined with that, the police checked her family background and also made use of security camera footage to ultimately locate her in Ulsan, South Korea. Remember guys, in South Korea these days, there are cameras everywhere in the public. Now it's concluded that the mother, after leaving her children in a suitcase in New Zealand, went to Seoul, South Korea, but also went to Ulsan, South Korea after. I think she tried taking some jobs here and there. Some believe that she was obviously hiding. Now, when questioned by reporters, the mother simply said, "I didn't do it." Now, here's what's terrible about this case. If you assume that the New Zealand family found the children in the bag since they were put in there, that could have been for a span of about 4 years. But the bodies would have been there for several years. That is tragedy-inducing for the people who discovered it. So what happens next? Well, South Korea and New Zealand have an extradition treaty, meaning that under certain conditions, they can extradite this woman from South Korea to New Zealand and probably investigate and try her there. So right now in Korea, they're going to investigate the case and eventually have some sort of process or hearing for whether or not they should extradite the mother back to New Zealand. Anyways, I think a lot of you have probably heard about this case by now, but I think it's another example in which the public knowing about these things can help solve.
This is a true horrifying story, part 25. Warning, this is not a joke. The information that's going to be shared is dangerous and life-threatening. Do not, under any circumstance, commit the actions that will be narrated. This is the world's most dangerous book ever, Shams al-Ma'arif. This book was written by Ahmed al-Buni in the 17th century. But technically, the author of this book is not a human being. I never did and will never read this book. And this is your second warning. Do not read this book. Ahmed al-Buni practiced black magic, and he was in contact with the most powerful jinns and demons before he passed away. The jinns were the authors of this book. The elder generations, like our moms and dads, have heard about this book and they were warned by it. There are thousands of horrifying stories of people who read this book. Shams al-Ma'arif explains everything about black magic, how to get in touch with the world of jinns, how to marry a jinn, and the sacrifices you have to do for the devil, and much more. Unfortunately, this book can be easily found online. One day, a Saudi Arabian man that read hundreds of books for a living decided to read this book specifically out of interest and love for all books, without fearing the consequences behind it. He reached the chapter that teaches readers how to get married to a female jinn. He laughed about it. He tried the ritual to experiment it. The first night after finishing the whole book and completing the marriage ritual, he felt someone breathing next to his face. And on the second night, he felt a hand touching his feet. And on the third night, he heard her voice. The man was officially locked in a marriage with a demon. 5 years go by. He met a normal, beautiful woman that he fell in love with, and they both decided to get married. A week before the wedding day, the bride, the bride's parents, and the groom's parents all pass and die in 3 different car crashes. These are the consequences behind this book. And it's also known from many stories of people that have died from reading the first few pages. If you don't finish reading the book, you will get killed. All my stories, all of them, are true incidents that happened one time only. But this book is a product that is permanently available online. I beg you, do not go anywhere near Shams al-Ma'arif. This video is to educate you on the dangers behind this book. Do not go anywhere close to the world of jinns.
I take heed of his warning.
Women in the streets of London are disappearing, and it seems like nobody's doing anything about it. This is the stalking and capture of Zara Alina. And her whole video is on my profile link, so go to my profile, click on the link. It's
At 9 a.m. on July 14, 2012, friends Benjamin Linden and Ryan Solis were surfing near Wedge Island in a bay locally known as Dolphins off the coast of Western Australia. They were right next to another young man named Matt Holmes, who was on a jet ski towing another surfer out to catch waves. And the two, Ryan and Benjamin, were sitting about 100 meters offshore. They were just sitting there waiting to catch the next big wave when Ryan looks off into the water, and beneath him he sees this huge dark shape swimming along the ocean floor. And he immediately recognizes what it is, and he yells over at Benjamin, "We have to go in now." So they start paddling towards shore when all of a sudden this massive 5-meter long great white shark comes rocketing to the surface. It almost breaches right next to Ryan, right on his right side, so close that the spray from its gills sprays all over Ryan. And then the shark goes out in front of his board, off in front of him to the left. It wheels around and it charges at Ryan. And when it gets about a meter away from Ryan, thankfully the shark breaks off its attack, it veers away, but unfortunately it heads straight for Ben, who's about 15 to 30 meters away at this point. Now Ryan, he's actually able to catch like 2 waves that bring him most of the way into shore, but Ben isn't so lucky. And as this shark approaches, Benjamin, he gets his legs up on his board to get him out of the water, and it looks like he's getting ready to kick this shark if he needs to defend himself. But unlike the shark did with Ryan, this shark does not veer away. It comes lunging out of the water, it grabs Benjamin by the legs, and it just drags him off of his board. Now, Matt Holmes, the guy on the jet ski, he's watching this whole thing take place, so he tows his mate into shore as fast as he can. He turns around, he speeds back out there to try and help, and when he gets to Benjamin's body, Benjamin is lying face down in the water. One of his legs has been completely removed, torn off at the hip. The other one has been removed about halfway down, and he's just lying there face down. Now, the shark is circling Benjamin's body, but Matt, he wants to retrieve Benjamin even though he knows he can't really save him. He wants to retrieve him, so he goes to reach for him, but this shark comes barreling up in between the jet ski and Benjamin's body, and it rams the jet ski. Matt said it was almost like the shark was trying to ram him off of the jet ski. So Matt, he circles back around, makes another attempt, but before he gets back, the shark comes up, it grabs Ben's body, and it dives down with it. Matt would go back to shore, he would grab Ryan, the two of them would go out and they would search for Benjamin's body. They would call 000, authorities would come out, a 3-day search was launched, nothing was ever found except for the surfboard with a big bite taken out of it. Benjamin was only 24 at the time he was killed by this shark.
just broke her brother's record of becoming California's youngest lawyer. Waymo's autonomous cars have driven over 50 million miles of the United States now and have crashed only 60 times. Human drivers will crash around 600 to 700 times over 50 million miles driven. This means Waymo is crashing 10 times less than humans so far. A Bulgarian man who went missing in 2008 and was pronounced dead in 2013 was just found last month in a national park. A man found his dog giving a baby koala a piggyback ride, and no, it wasn't AI this time. A high school in Maine introduced detention hikes instead of just being isolated in a classroom. This is a photo of a drought-free California, and as a person who was born there, I'm very happy to see that. A British nonprofit removed 300,000 landmines in Sri Lanka, allowing almost 300,000 people to return to their original homes. A man in his 30s with advanced ALS and is completely paralyzed was able to communicate for the first time in months. Using a new brain implant, he was able to communicate about one character a minute with his first message, "I want a beer." He also asked to listen to the band Tool very loudly. He wanted a head massage from his mother, and he ordered curry.
Have you ever wondered why the beaches are closed at night? Is it because there's no lifeguards? Or is it because of what's lurking in the ocean? A guy decided to test fate and go to the beach in Key Largo, Florida at night. He got to Key Largo, got to the beach, and found something that scared the living hell out of him. He recorded a siren sitting on a rock. You heard me, a siren sitting on a rock. As a matter of fact, take a look at this video. To the left of the pole, sitting right there. Look at this. Look at that.
Yeah, I'm calling it right now.
Dude, what is that? I've gone ahead and froze it and enlarged it as best I could. But that is the figure of a siren sitting on a rock. Very similar to this image right here, looking directly at the ocean. I've gone ahead and pulled up what a siren is for you, for those of you that don't know. Described as a dangerous, alluring creature who lured sailors to their deaths with enchanting voices. So my question to you is, does that look like a siren to you? What do you think that is? Let me know your thoughts in the comments. And as always, I'd love to hear from you.
Our reality is purposely being altered, and here's proof.
This is the most insane example of how everyone is experiencing completely different social medias at the exact same time.
Watch this, watch the full video. We are living in alternate realities. It's insane. It's like the Matrix, and it's happening now.
This video, my boyfriend said he'd be over by 3 after golfing, and it's just her every half an hour taking a video saying, oh, he's still not here, and it gets to 5 or 6 p.m. and he's still not here, okay? I opened the comments of this video, and kind of as I expected, everyone was saying, oh, that's really rude, it's a disregard of her time, I don't like him, did he communicate with you? If not, then that's a red flag, okay? Fair enough, you know? I sent this video to my boyfriend who was sat next to me, and then I said to my boyfriend, lol, look at the comments. Bear in mind, these comments were coming up at the top of the list, so as soon as you open the comments, these are the ones coming up for me. Tell me fucking why my boyfriend opens the comments on his phone.
It's a whole different
and again, it's the first list of comments that come up. It's the same time on the same video. Or you could get your own hobby instead of waiting around for him. God forbid he has a good time, before 3 a.m. he's ahead of schedule. No fucking wonder we're all so divided.
They are doing this deliberately. I don't know if it's on a male or female basis or just an individualistic basis, but they are doing this on purpose. They want us to fight. They want us to disagree because that takes away the attention from what they're really doing. Stay weird.
The elites had their summer homes in Jekyll Island, including the Rockefellers, Vanderbilts, the Morgans.
This reminds me, if I can, talk about the place we got married.
Yeah.
It's like a hidden gem, the place that we got married, the venue called the Sidoni Mansion. It was built at the turn of the century by a dude who was buddies with all of those guys you just mentioned. And he went on a hunting trip. He was hunting on this land that he ultimately ended up purchasing and building the Sidoni Mansion, which was originally a hunting lodge. but then just turned into their Christmas home. What's so strange about it is that they had this huge wealth, and he also had 5 children. That kind of money and that many children at the turn of the century, you would have like hundreds of descendants today, but they have 3 living relatives. All the wealth is mysteriously gone. Every single family member, apart from one daughter, died in that house.
And they only went there for Christmas.
They were only there for Christmas.
There's something hidden there. That's scary.
I don't like that.
It makes you think, because it's like, so like...
If only y'all knew what they put in the most expensive perfumes and colognes. For example, Baccarat Rouge. Or a lot of the perfumes, which is the female side of the collections. If only y'all knew what they put in these things to make them not only just last a lot longer, but attract other people. Y'all might think, well, it's just really great pheromones and all. No, actually, they put in, let's just say allegedly, right? Because you're not going to find an article saying that, hey guys, we put this in here, obviously, right? But a lot of these perfumes and colognes, you got to be careful, have witchcraft in them. And a lot of the witchcraft that they put in these colognes and perfumes is a drop of blood. And a lot of the times, those drops of blood come from things like babies or like things that are sacrificed, or even demon blood. And so you might think, oh, you're just capping, you're just talking. Source, trust me, bro. Why do y'all think the most expensive colognes are, one, more expensive? Y'all might say, well, it's because of the brand. What do these brands practice? Think of Balenciaga, think of Versace. Think about who they worship and what they practice and the things that they do.
Okay.
Y'all don't think that they put that also in their colognes and perfumes? Think about it. Really think about it. Now, I'll leave y'all with this caveat right here, okay? Think about what they put on these bottles and the gods that they put on these bottles. Like Versace, the gods they put on a Versace bottle. Think about these, and I'm not saying that I think it's the most expensive perfumes and colognes. The ones that have a lot, the ones that are a lot older and have, the ones that are a lot older and they made back in the day and things like that. Those are the ones you gotta watch out for. Right, so
you guys think that's why perfume costs so much? That they putting some extra in it and the general public has no idea? That's a theory. I have to go down that rabbit hole. I thought it was because it was so expensive because I guess because the name brands, all the big brands, if they're just a big name, they're just gonna hike up the price, or because of how it's made.
CIA dropped documents saying that we're living inside a hologram. Not maybe, not theoretically. No, your entire life is basically a rendered environment, and your brain is the controller. Let's talk about it. So the doc is called the Gateway Experience. And inside of it, the CIA literally says reality is a projection. You ain't hear what I said, right? Not physical, not solid, a self-generated simulation your conscious is plugged into. Like a cosmic VR headset you didn't consent to wearing. According to them, matter isn't even matter. It's just vibrations organized by your brain to make this shit look real. Crazy shit. They say you could break the simulation by syncing both sides of your brain. Something called hemisync. And this is for entertainment purposes only. Informational purposes only. Educational purposes only. 2 different tones in each ear between 3 and 7 hertz. And suddenly your brain clicks into a higher operating system. And once you're in that state, the CIA claim you could do some crazy shit. Leave your body. Remote view locations. Manipulate your reality field. Access information outside of time. Basically some superhuman shit. This is what they're saying. The CIA also goes as far as saying the universe is a giant holographic projection coming from a source that we can't see. Your body is the avatar. Your conscience is the player. And the game responds to your level of awareness. You heard what I just said? They tried to bury this shit. For years, these documents were classified. Let Google be your best friend. Jump down that rabbit hole. I'm out.
So Kai Cenat is Diddy's son. Because at this point, that's what everybody is saying. Every chance they get. So they had the Streamer Awards tonight, and the person who was hosting it decided it would be funny to say that Kai was on a 50 Cent documentary about P. Diddy. They said, that was you on the show, right? And not only that, she tried to play with his Streamer University too, saying it was the most uneducated university ever. Look at this shit.
haircut and the least educational university. So congratulations to you. Oh, and also, congrats on your new documentary with 50 Cent. That was you, right?
So on a bigger stage, she decided to make those comments, knowing everybody is watching it and knowing how everybody feel about the Kai and Diddy shit. He better than me because I would have been like, oh, let me see that mic real quick. I'd have definitely told her about herself, and I don't even know who Shorty is. But he ain't tripping too much because you see he racked up his awards. But I don't know, y'all. At this point, this man might as well go get a DNA test or show your real pop.
The McDonald's. Nah, Kai Diddy jokes, bro. I know, man. He's probably just getting tired of it, bro. It's like, it's old now, man. People keep saying that all the time. You know, when a joke just keep getting repeated, it's like, wrap it up, bro. Like, come on, it's over, man. That's actually crazy. And it was at the Stream Awards too, bro. I don't really see. I really don't see how people say he's speaking. He looks like Diddy. I don't see it. Maybe I'm just on the outside looking in, but because I'm obviously not on that level, but. Like, I wonder how that affects Kai, because, you know, Diddy did kind of he did some crazy stuff, and people keep saying he looks like him. Like, you know, that I don't know how that affects Kai, bro. So, speaking popular streamer, I'm Dante, was talking about it on the stream yesterday, just saying how, like, you know, people, they just, you know, they saying it's a joke or telling Kai, you know, it's just a joke or something like that, but you don't know how Kai's taking it, so it couldn't be, it might not be a joke to him, like, that could really be affecting him, bro, so. I don't know. Just tell me down below what you guys think, man.
Monopoly game? Oh, that you like rip off? Yeah. Did you know there was an actual gang that set up to heist the winnings? Wait, someone actually? They got away with like 125 mil. Something like that. Yeah, yeah. There's someone on the inside. You know how they make the McDonald's like, oh, you have to collect boardwalk. They were doing it over a span of certain years. What ended up happening was somebody that was the head of like this computer that generates the little Monopoly thing. Obviously, it's gonna be used, put into products, or whatever. This guy was in charge of that. Why didn't he just give his numbers to his friends? That's what he ended up doing. Oh, okay. What's crazy though is they had it on lock because they would have an auditor watch exactly where the secret envelope with all the winning stuff are. Yo, even on the airplane, because there's this one time he wanted to go to the bathroom, whatever, and then he hid different ones and replaced them. Yeah. And then just gave like the actual envelope with the fake ones.
Oh, the Penguin Zero situation is insane.
From starting this channel in 2007 all the way until today, I have made $1 million.
So a few days ago, Charlie made a video titled, I'm Turning It Up. And what he was referring to was his donations. He basically said he has enough money and it doesn't sit right with him that normal people grinding at a 9-to-5 come home and they give him money when...
Streaming is the easiest job there is. There is no top streamer that needs your financial support to put food on the table or continue providing those streams.
So people were kind of taken back, saying, this is so based of Charlie, I'm going to donate my money to him. You'll never turn us off. People being mad they can't give a rich person money is the most first world country problem I've ever heard. He then has to make a video a few days later titled, I'm not turning it back on. And he literally shows everyone exactly how much money he's made on YouTube and Twitch to explain why he doesn't need any more donations. From 2021 to 2025, he made $4.1 million on Twitch, and that's just a side hustle. And then on YouTube, his lifetime earnings is nearly $36 million.
36 M's, bro, off YouTube. That's insane, bro. My man Charlie, he's doing it big, bro. Everyone need to get like Charlie, man. Do y'all know how insane that number is, bro? I gotta underline this, bro. That's damn near 36 M's, bro. Just off YouTube, man. Woo.
And what's crazier is that if you actually look at the chart, yeah, he created his account in, 2007, but he didn't really start earning proper money until 2019-ish. So the vast majority of that 35 million was made in just 6 years. And then he hit us with...
And keep in mind, these numbers here, those don't even include brand deals or sponsorships. I never even imagined that amount of money was possible to earn without just being born rich.
And a lot of the comments were, this might be the rarest thing of all time. Someone who is rich actually saying, stop giving me money, I already have
plenty. But he also said that doing this has caused some pushback amongst other streamers, saying that it sets a bad precedent and shames other streamers for leaving their donations on. The question is, what do you guys think about this?
Celebrities are
saying 6'7" out loud because they don't know what it means and they think they'll get canceled, and it's so funny watching them struggle. So here's how they responded when people said it to them. How Ariana responded was so funny, and here's what it really means if you also don't know. So the Gen Alpha 6'7" trend has taken over the whole world, from celebrities doing it everywhere to South Park making a whole episode about it. Half of the celebrities in the world are embracing it, the other half are afraid to say it. So here's exactly what it means. It means nothing. It's just a thing Gen Alpha says to be silly and like rile each other up to get loud. It's like Harlem Shake-esque randomness. It's not inappropriate, it's not filthy. But Sydney Sweeney was deathly afraid and refusing to say it while playing a game with Jimmy Fallon. And in this game, Jimmy Fallon had to describe what was going on behind her, and it was 3 Labubus doing the 6'7" in a McDonald's drive-thru. And after saying that sentence, I think civilization is gonna end soon. And even though she knew exactly what he meant, she was acting like it would trigger an explosive device in her neck that would blow up her head if she said it.
3 Labubus are going through a drive-thru McDonald's?
Yes, but they're also doing a TikTok trend involving numbers.
Oh, I can't say that.
No, you can say, no, subtract 2, I think, from what you're saying.
No, I can't say that because that's the trend.
It's not 68.
I know it's 67.
Yes!
Ariana Grande was also saying she's scared of 6'7" because she doesn't know what it means. So in her Actors on Actors interview, when Adam Sandler said it very casually, this was a look on her face. Like, it triggered a look of concern. And so since people were clowning her response and being like, why is she scared of it? She said, well, that's not really what she was reacting to. I don't know what this means. I'm scared. What is 6'7"? Actually, I don't want to know. Please, love you all, enjoy. But if you're also scared and confused, you're allowed to say it. I promise you.
A man pointed a gun at her. She was shoved into a car, driven away, and tied tightly to a chair. Then she overheard a phone call where her husband told the men to kill her. But they decided not to, and secretly freed her instead while still collecting their money. Returning home days later, she watched as her family left her house mourning her death. Then she surprised her husband, who thought she was dead. Immediately, he begged for forgiveness, but police recorded his confession, and now he's serving years in prison.
Caught him a
Ventura just entered the UAP chat, so check out what Surfline posted on their IG feed. This is Surfers Point in Ventura, California, and the footage is from Thursday, December 4th at 4:30 a.m. And something was captured that was definitely unexpected. So this is a tower-mounted surf cam designed for, web streaming and capturing long exposures over the ocean. And, don't forget, there's a long-running belief that the waters off Southern California, especially the deep water shelf between Catalina Island and the Ventura coastline, are a UAP hotspot. I mean, you've had military pilots, boat crews, and radar operators all reported strange activity out there over the years. So, who knows? And Surfline themselves posted this with the caption, video produced by Surfline.com, which means that, they obviously thought it was interesting enough to share themselves.
Was that an edit? Or was that legit? Because those look like some UFOs to me.
So, what are we looking at here? Drones? Reflections? Some kind of atmospheric phenomenon? Or was something else cruising the Ventura coastline? It's a fun one. Chime in with your guess below.
What do you think?
So I was in my car, I was cruising, I was trying to upload a video. For some reason I was having problems uploading the video. I just couldn't get any 5G. So I started driving for a minute, just trying to look for a tower, and I just couldn't find a tower no matter what I did in this neighborhood. So eventually I saw these guys walking by, and I said, yo, y'all get service around here? And they was like, nah, we don't get no service. I said, why not? He said, the rich people in this area, they made it so that they couldn't put up 5G towers. I said, what? He said, yeah, they're opposed to 5G towers. They don't want the 5G towers around here. They feel like it messes with their, messes with the energy, it messes with the aesthetics, and it messes with their property value. I was like, what? So yeah, man, rich people is out here in specific towns just saying, yo, we don't want 5G towers over here because they fuck up all kinds of shit. Meanwhile, they put these motherfuckers everywhere. Yeah.
Wow.
Affluent communities oppose installation of 5G towers. Talking about aesthetic concerns and the scenic, the historic districts, and so on and so forth. Then the homeowners, you know, they're worried about the negative impact on their property value. Meanwhile, they'll just put these motherfuckers up in everybody else's neighborhood. And I thought y'all just want to know that, because they just put these things all over the place, put ugly costumes on them, and just put them just about anywhere. But when the mind's blind, the eyes can't see. These are all evil. All.
What do they know that we don't? They don't want them in the rich people's neighborhood, but they in our neighborhoods. So something has to be going on, bro. Do you know how much pull you have to not let those towers go up, bro? 5G, that's big money. I wonder if there's one where I'm at. Has to be. I got good service. I don't know how I feel about that.
They are telling us right in our face what they are doing to us, because what in the hell is radiation fog? I've been on this earth for 30 plus some years and I have never heard of this in my life. A mysterious 400-mile stretch of radiation fog blankets the state of California? But here's the thing, y'all. It wasn't just California. A whole bunch of people have stated that they woke up to fog in the morning too, and they were experiencing headaches, nausea, sinus problems. Their animals were acting up, and now we know the exact reason why. Now they're saying 20 different counties have reported this heavy dense fog sitting over California, and it's affecting 2 to 13 million people. Million people, y'all? See, that's exactly what I've been saying, man. Fog is not common in Florida, especially in South Florida, bro. And now they are telling us what they are doing to us. As soon as I said that, I get a sharp ringing in my left ear. Oh my God, the shift is here.
A 640-kilometer area in California is under the cover of a thick fog that can create respiratory problems and also cause asthma. Nearly 13 million people are under travel warnings, with officials issuing air quality alerts as the dense, low-lying fog can prove hazardous. Being called the radiation fog, 20 counties in California's Central Valley are affected. It forms when the ground cools rapidly after sunset, releasing heat back into the air. Experts say this fog can capture pollutants released from cars and factories, severely impacting air quality. Breathing in these particles that remain suspended in this radiation fog can cause health issues. The National Weather Service is also urging people to remain vigilant while driving, calling the fog a high transportation risk. The phenomenon, also named Thule fog, starts around November and peaks from December through February and ends by March. It happens every year in the late fall and winter months, affecting California's Bay Area, Sacramento Valley, and San Joaquin Valley. More than 2 million people are hit in Sacramento, Fresno, Bakersfield, Oakland, and Stockton, the most affected cities, according to the Daily Mail. It lingers on for long.
Facts that will ruin your life, a different version of you, exist in the minds of everyone who knows you. Nighttime is the natural state of the universe. Daytime is only caused by a nearby radiating ball of flame. The word mortgage comes from a French term that means death pledge, or a contract that only expires upon death. Over 50% of commercial pilots have all admitted to falling asleep while flying a plane. The sun may have exploded, and we wouldn't know it for at least 8 minutes. Hit the plus sign if these disturbed you.
The fact about the mortgage is basically saying it's come from a death term.
Here are some things that are completely normal during the day but really creepy at night. Digging holes in your backyard. I mean, it's your backyard and you're entitled to do whatever you want to it, but if I see you digging some holes in the middle of the night, I'm gonna be really concerned. Bonus creepy points if you have some trash bags next to you too. I feel bad for people who work graveyard shifts or are night owls because it makes it difficult to do any gardening or landscaping without looking pretty creepy. They say a child's laughter is one of the most beautiful sounds in the world, but not if it's 2 o'clock in the morning. Scary movies have absolutely ruined the sound of a child laughing for me, because most instances, I'm gonna assume the worst. And for some reason, little girls laughing are even more scary. Like, imagine being in the woods camping and you hear some little girl laughing in the distance. My brain isn't gonna think, oh cool, some family must be camping near us. No, I'm gonna think that I'm gonna get murdered or possessed by some demon. Someone knocking on your door during the day, it's annoying. Who the fuck is showing up at my house unannounced? It must be a salesman or Worse, Mormons, that same knock at 3 in the morning? No, I'm getting murdered for sure. I'm on the 2nd floor, and my only way out is to jump out the window, so I'm done for.
People you never knew existed. This is Josephine Myrtle, and she was born with 4 legs and 2 sets of genitals. Despite having these conditions, she got married and had 5 kids. These are the only 2 men in the world who can speak the Ayapeneco language in Mexico. But they don't talk to each other because they have beef. Doctors were left stunned when this man came into the hospital complaining about chest pain. After a couple of scans, they realized he had 2 hearts. Jill Price has perfect memory of her life, and if you ask her what she ate for breakfast 20 years ago, she would get it right.
I think the thing that got me the most was when the girl, woman who had like 5 sets of freaking legs and genitals. Man, it's freaking mind blowing out here, bro. These people, man, you think wouldn't exist. It's like they're coming out of a freaking video game or something like that. Extraordinary people in this world. You gotta expand your mind.
What could be more terrifying than the thought of your own body setting itself on fire? For hundreds of years, this phenomenon has been the subject of scientific scrutiny as well as deep mystery. Spontaneous human combustion. This is when the human body appears to ignite internally, a fire starting from within before the entire body becomes engulfed. This actually dates all the way back to the 1600s, and since then there have only ever been about 200 cases reported worldwide. In 1984, a scientific team was assembled led by Joe Nickell to investigate a number of these cases dating back to the 1800s. One of the unusual threads that was found between all of these cases was that with every body investigated, there seemed to be some trace of alcohol in the system. This gave way to the Wick theory, suggesting that if alcohol was in the system and there was some kind of a chemical change that could ignite a fire, body fat could be used as an accelerant, making the mystery of this phenomenon one you should think about next time you're drinking.
That's why I don't even drink.
Is this a coincidence? Tree stump. Fingerprints.
Similar.
Tree branch. Human lungs. Leaf veins. Human veins.
Some chilling similarities.
Tree of life. Human placenta. Grass. Human hair. Tree roots. Human veins. River network. Human veins. Tree roots. Human nervous system. Thorn plant. Human spine.
Let me find out.
You are today years old.
Don't tell me we're just basically a more evolved version of a tree, man. The tree branches and the lugs, man. And they look similar. That's the grass and the human hair. It was eerie similar, bro. One time we were just basically a more evolved version of a tree.
Old when you found this out. If you want to heat up some food at night, microwaves have a silent mode. To activate the silent mode, all you have to do is hold down the 1 button. So you're driving a car and you need gas, but you don't know which side the tank is on. If you look on the dashboard, there's an arrow next to the gas tank indicating which side the gas tank is on. Surprisingly, the drawer under the oven isn't used to hold pots and pans. It's made to keep your food warm until you're ready to eat.
Wow.
Airplane windows actually have little holes in them to prevent the windows from fogging. These candies are called lifesavers because if a child accidentally chokes someone, they will still be able to breathe because of the hole in the middle.
Now I know where the name come from. What was the one that was a weird name for a candy? Lifesavers. Is this an edit seekers? Trees walking. Now, come on now.
Don't freak out, but this bug lives on your face. Demodex mites dig face first inside your pores. But don't freak out, they're harmless. They just eat your grease and dead skin on your face. But there is one thing you should be worried about. Don't cry, but they do wake up in the middle of the night to mate on your face. Yeah, now you know. But they're harmless. And they live on all of you. Live with it. Like if you want a part 2 of things you don't know that live on your body.
That my face right down? What the hell, bro?
This is what we know about the awful case of 16-year-old Shelby Binney. Shelby was a cheerleader at Bixby High School, and on Thursday night, her family was on their way home with her dad behind the wheel. He had reportedly been drinking, and according to her mom, they were also having a heated argument up in the front seat. At 70 miles per hour, he tried to pass another vehicle in a no-passing zone, and their SUV flipped. As we know, Shelby was tragically ejected from her family's vehicle on impact. A bystander immediately ran over to the scene, but there aren't even words for what happened next. Shelby's father was reportedly standing disoriented just outside of the crashed car, and when asked if anyone was hurt, he ran away. He left his 16-year-old daughter there to die on the pavement. Now, according to police, they were able to determine that Elliot had fled to a local family-owned business, and it was there that he got access to another car. They were able to electronically track that vehicle, and within 12 hours, they found him behind the wheel in a town about an hour away. It was obviously too late to give him a DUI test, but he was taken into custody. With Elliot's arrest, we know that while he tried to tell police he skidded on an oil spot, he's also admitted to taking a few swigs of the vodka bottle that was found in the front seat. Today, Elliot is charged with first-degree manslaughter, but he has already posted his $100,000 bail. And as for Shelby's mom and her siblings, again, unfortunately, we don't know how they're doing now. Shelby is described as a bright light with a heart of gold and the best teammate you could ask for. If you would like to support her family during this time, the link will be in my bio.
People need to stop driving, man, when they're intoxicated. It's very simple.
Yeah, the hyena's a girl. So many may know, female hyenas have a fake meat hose that looks almost identical to the real thing. And for those that don't, actually, that's the lead. They have a pseudo-phallus that they give birth from, and yes, it's as traumatizing as you think, and yes, the very process of birth can end up doing the exact opposite for everyone involved. But low-key, having a built-in flesh strap might explain why hyenas are exactly the way they are. So for most animals, life pretty much comes down to the 3 F's: food, fights, and... So a lot of times when male animals run a fade, it's for the goal of female validation. But hyenas having a female 5th leg means they have a natural crotch block. It's basically anti-mating hardware that means the no-pants dance can only happen if she allows it. So unlike things like lions or bears, there's really no reason for male hyenas to want smoke with each other when getting it in is already RNG. Pun intended. And it's believed having coitus completely out of their control is why male hyenas are way less aggressive and even have less testosterone than the females. Meanwhile, the females are more on-go than a green light. And why hyena sisters are way more likely to put each other on a t-shirt. And with them being pack animals with a whole social ladder, the Walking Comedy Club had to become more aggressive just to give their cubs a chance at life. Matter of fact, that's probably why they have more testosterone. So yeah, moral of this video. Lion King did hyenas every type of dirty, but they got it right when they had Shenty giving orders. And now you know why.
Horses are much bigger
just
than
registered.
people, so naturally they just have a lot more blood than we do. So whenever horses get nosebleeds, it ends up looking like a whole crime scene. So one of the only reasons we know how many people died in the Titanic are the shoes that are laying on the ocean floor. Some are pretty cool, others are kind of depressing. And the reason we count the shoes instead of, bones is because when the Titanic hit the floor, all the corpses kind of just scattered and the fish ate the corpses, but the fish couldn't eat the shoes. If you ever decide to go climb Mount Everest, I hope that you remember that the crevices in the ice are V-shaped. Which means if you were to ever accidentally fall down one, you more than likely wouldn't die instantly. Your body heat would melt the ice around you, causing you to slip further and further down until your chest couldn't expand enough to breathe. So make sure you bring a friend just as crazy as you to help get you out.
Mount Everest, one of the most deadliest places ever. I don't think I'm gonna go there, man. You might have to pay me. I had too many stories about that mountain.
The murder
It needs to be
of
reopened.
Chick-fil-A Marie
Simple.
has to be my favorite case of all time. Like, I actually get butterflies in my stomach every time I revisit this case. I'm just so fascinated by the killer. He was so dedicated. He was gorgeous. Super, super dreamy. Like, if he wasn't behind bars, I would probably be with him. And just how dedicated he was to chopping her into bits and pieces. I mean, he really had no remorse, and we almost have to appreciate that. Like, the fact that he carried this chainsaw around for miles and miles, and after chopping her up, it just wasn't enough that he decided to also set on fire. I'm like, there's something hot about that. Siri, play This Girl Is on Fire! We can make jokes now, guys. It's been a long time. The best part about this is that this killer had no remorse. During the court hearing, he actually sat and looked her family members dead in the eyes. Dead, get it, guys? And he actually just laughed the entire time. And you know what? I can appreciate a man who doubles down. Also, disclaimer before people get their panties in a twist, I'm being super, super respectful of the family. I'm only sharing things that I've seen already on the internet, so I'm not making things up. These are just facts, and I just wanted to share that with you guys.
Here are some facts that
Nah, some of those we can chew. You can't break the case down like that, man. Like, it's too much. She's just a little bit too happy, man, explaining what was going on, man. But she said from a POV, so obviously she was just doing, I guess, what some other people be doing when they breaking down cases, but that ain't the way to do it.
you were never taught that could legitimately save your life one day. So listen the fuck up. If there is a random smell of fish in your house when you haven't had fish, obviously, how do I put this? Get the fuck out! Because this is most likely a sign of an electrical fire. If someone you know is having a heart attack and you need to give them aspirin, make sure they chew it before they swallow it because it makes it work faster. If you are outside or high up or whatever, and you not only hear a crunching, crickling noise in the sky, also your hair starts to randomly stand up like it's static, you need to run, because you, my friend, are about to get struck by lightning. If you are in the pool and the pool water starts tasting metallic, first piece of advice, stop drinking pool water! Get the fuck out, because there's most likely an electrical short somewhere in the water. Finally, bats are the best place to hide during a tornado. So grab your rubber ducky and wait it out. It's a big deal. If you didn't know any of these, you have to share it, and all with me now.
This is the
You learn anything new,
truth about
Seekers?
Mars. So everybody knows humans are trying to get people to live on Mars. Especially Elon Musk. But none of these people ever tell you this scary truth about the red planet Mars. Mars is actually famous for its dust storms, and they have the largest sandstorms in the entire solar system. These storms can last for months, and these storms just don't stick to one area. These storms actually engulf the entire planet of Mars, and the winds can reach up to 60 miles per hour. These sandstorms can also block the sun, which would just start a domino effect of problems. So, if us humans actually make it to Mars, one of these storms can just kill us all and just ruin all the years of hard work to get there.
So why they want us to go to Mars then? If they know this information. I'm starting to think it's a setup. Those people going to Mars might be a trap, man. The more you know, Seekers. You gotta stay on Earth, man. I never even knew that until I watched these clips with you guys, bro. That's why I was always expanding my mind.
This is the dirtiest man in the world.
Mm.
Mal Haji is in his 80s and he hasn't bathed for over 60 years. He leads a nomadic lifestyle in Iran, and his favorite food is rotten porcupine, and he smokes animal feces out of a pipe. He believes that cleanliness will bring him sickness, and he says the thought of taking a bath after all this time makes him angry.
Don't go 60 years without
Now I know we
freaking
all love
taking
the
a
thought of
shower.
little old E.T. coming to visit Earth, making his entrance like, hello. But maybe that isn't such a good idea for, you know, fucking humanity. Actually, a lot of scientists hope that the universe is completely empty. We're so lonely. The theoretical Great Filter is fucking terrifying. The scientists have calculated that there should be at least 20 civilizations in our galaxy alone. So, E.T., where the fuck are you? Come home to Daddy. Or a more terrifying question, what happened to them? That is what scientists are asking. The Great Filter. The belief that somewhere along life's trajectory, life suddenly goes, you know what, nah, fuck you all. Completely wiping it out before it becomes too intelligent. An inevitable, unavoidable phenomenon. It's different to every civilization. It could be disease. We have enough fucking that. Nuclear power, AI, no wait, no, too soon. Or one of these fucking things. Now there's two options. One, we're already ahead of the Great Filter. We survived or did the undoable, making us very rare. Or we're behind it, still yet to face our challenge that we most likely won't survive. And we won't see it coming. Elon!
You guys think we made it past the Great Filter yet? I don't know. What the hell were those things walking? can't even explain that.
Kids have ever said. A man's mother passed away in a car accident when he was 6 years old. When his 2-year-old daughter saw a picture of her grandmother for the first time, she laughed. He asked her, "What's so funny?" She looked at him and said, "That's my special friend who sings to me." A man's 3-year-old daughter stood next to her newborn brother and looked at him for a while. She turned back to her dad and said, "Daddy, it's a monster. We should bury it." A woman and her 4-year-old son were out in public when all of a sudden he starts rubbing on her belly and talking to it. She asked what he was doing, and he said, "I'm talking to the baby." She informed him politely that she was not pregnant, and then he said, "There is a baby in your belly. I just saw it crawl across the floor and climb up into you." A woman's 5-year-old asked when he was going to be 23 years old. She told him in 18 years. He replied, "Well, I hope I don't die again because that's how old I was the last time I went to heaven." Follow for more of the...
That last one. It's chilling. Like he caught a glimpse of his past life where he knew. We saw clips before about kids talking about past lives and it was true, so.
This is real footage that was accidentally captured by a group of scientists that were looking for an old library. They found an ancient cult that had been around for thousands of years, using teeth as their form of currency. This elusive cult has rarely ever been captured on camera. You see, this cult wears masks to hide their identity, as well as hooded cloaks that are either red or black, and worship a god called Winfred Stitch. And that's why this cult is called the Stitch Veneration. They can often be found at music concerts, and only one musician called Covey is known to be a Stitcher, with the Stitch symbol tattooed on his hand, and fans wear masks to all of the shows.
It's right in front of our eyes. We ain't even paying attention.
I want to go ahead and I want to discuss this Instagram story and what makes this diabolically creepy. So I'm not going to give the name. I blocked everything out because clearly they want to remain anonymous. Context is that somebody clearly broke into their old school. I don't know if it was their middle school, high school, whatever it was. And they posted this to their story, but pretty soon after, people started commenting about what they see in the background. You zoom in just a little bit, you would see that this person was not alone in that classroom. But before we take a deeper look at that photo, a huge thank you to Spyfly for bringing you this story. If you want to look up something about somebody, you go to Spyfly. How to become this one-stop shop where you can do background reports, you can look at arrest records, you can even do reverse phone lookup. Spyfly.com is going to be the place to do it. You can check the link in my bio for more details. So back to this photo. I don't know if you can see this, but there is definitely somebody crouching in the background of this classroom. And if you still doubt me, I zoomed in and enhanced the picture for you.
Damn.
This is John List.
I saw it.
In 1971, he murdered his entire immediate family before escaping and starting a completely new life that he lived for more than 17 years before he was eventually caught. This is a wild story. I covered it on the latest episode of my podcast, but here's an overview. In 1951, John List married Helen Taylor, and together they had 3 children, Patricia, John Frederick, and Frederick. List had served in the Army and was an accountant with a successful career working as a comptroller for a bank in Jersey City, New Jersey. The family lived in a 19-room mansion in Westfield, New Jersey called Breeze Knoll. And the 5 of them, along with John's mother Alma, who was also living with them, were swimming in space there. The family seemed to have a happy life here. It seemed like John was successful, and they weren't super social, but everything seemed fine. The kids were popular and hardworking, and nobody knew anything bad about the family. Behind closed doors, things were not as they seemed. Helen was an alcoholic and was extremely ill from contracting syphilis from her first husband. And John List had lost his job at the bank. But instead of telling his family, he basically went to work every day pretending that he was going to his job and coming home after work hours. And he started skimming money off of his mother's bank account to help pay the mortgage. But then on November 9th, 1971, John List would do the unthinkable. That morning, he dropped the kids off at school and returned home. And when he got home, he took out one of his guns, approached his wife of almost 20 years, and shot her in the back of the head. He then went up to the attic apartment where his 84-year-old mother lived and shot her as well. When 16-year-old Patricia and 13-year-old Frederick arrived home from school, List attacked them from behind, shooting them each in the back of the head. List then made himself some lunch. He went into the bank and closed both him and his mother's accounts, and then he went to Westfield High School where he watched his middle son, John Frederick, play a soccer game. After the game, he drove 15-year-old John Frederick home. and when they got home, he attacked. John Frederick tried to fight back, but unfortunately, he ended up succumbing to multiple gunshot wounds. List then placed the bodies of Helen, Patricia, John Frederick, and Frederick on top of sleeping bags in the mansion's ballroom. He left Alma up in the attic apartment because she was too heavy to drag down. He then wrote a letter to his pastor confessing what he had done, and he wrote letters to the kids' school saying that they would be gone visiting a sick relative for a few weeks so nobody would suspect them missing. Then he walked around the house and removed every single photo of himself from all of the photo albums. Finally, he started piping religious music throughout the home, and then he left. By the time the bodies were discovered a month later, John List was long gone. And while he was the immediate main suspect in the murders, police didn't have a lot to go on, and they were unable to circulate a recent photo of him because he had removed every single photo of himself from inside the house. The family's car was found at JFK Airport, but John List went undetected for almost 18 years. Part 2.
These are the most dangerous jobs on Earth, counting down to number 1. 1 in 111 agricultural workers pass away while working. 1 in 110 grounds maintenance workers pass away on the job, which is like, I don't understand the difference that much. But both jobs work outside, die about the same amount. 1 in 84 truck drivers pass away while on the job. 1 in 83 general construction workers pass away on the job. 1 in 54 recycling collectors pass away on the job. How? 1 in 43 roofers specifically pass away on the job. 1 in 26 fishermen and professional hunters pass away on the job. 1 in 23 logging workers pass away on the job. And finally, number 1, 1 in 11 U.S. presidents pass away on the job. Yeah, I mean, the chances would be high with that. That would make sense. There's so few of them. These numbers I have here are just averages, and they'll vary by where in the world you live. But I mean, is there anything missing from this list that you thought would be there? My name is Adorian. That's what I learned today. Follow me to learn something new tomorrow.
Are they manipulating the weather to make us go spend more money?
Not to be a conspiracy theorist or nothing, but did y'all notice how the government was talking about that nobody was spending enough money since Christmas and the economy was down? And then next thing you know, we was having a mystery winter storm and everybody had to hurry up and go to the store and buy a bunch of groceries real fast and spend up all the money that they didn't really have to stimulate the economy. Right after the stock market had crashed, and next thing you know, inconveniently the storm was supposed to be further south, and so they had everybody in the southern parts of Tennessee and everyone buying up everything, and then the storm suddenly moved further north, and so they had everybody north buying stuff, and it's just a coincidence that they was complaining about how nobody was spending money, and then that stock market had crashed and everything, and then next thing you know, we was having a winter storm, and then everybody had to buy up everything, and all the groceries is sold out, and everybody spent all their money up on a bunch of stuff to prepare for a storm coming. Isn't that funny?
Make it make sense.
I mean, I don't believe in conspiracy theories or anything. I just thought it was just so funny.
What is this? What do you call this? What do you call this where you're from? Is this not sherbet? Is this not sherbet? When did it turn sherbet? Now, I thought that, hey, maybe it's just like a brand thing. Maybe I'm tripping. But I look, and every brand is sherbet, not sherbet. I grew up with sherbet, or I think I grew up with sherbet. When did this change? When did sherbet become sherbet? When did that change? I know in my timeline that it was sherbet. I know that this right here was sherbet. When did it become sherbet? I don't know when this became sherbet. I don't remember it becoming sherbet.
Me either.
My ice cream that was multicolored, that had every rainbow color in it, it was always sherbet. When did it become sherbet? Am I tripping? Am I tripping right now? Let me know.
Hold on. I always remember it being sherbet, bro. Sherbet. I don't know what the heck's going on, man. Was that another Mandela effect, bro? Timeline change? Tell me down below, seekers. Sherbet or sherbet?
1 second. Are we aware that a few days ago, the Bank of England warned to prepare for economic chaos sparked by the existence of alien life? And this is like major mainstream news have posted about this. Warning issued that alien revelations could spark financial crisis. And this one from The Independent. Bank of England must plan for a financial crisis triggered by aliens, says former policy expert. So my question is this. Is there going to be a financial crisis that's triggered by aliens? Or is there going to be a financial crisis that's blamed on the kind of unconfirmable reports of aliens. You know what I'm saying? Like, you could kind of flip a switch and then be like, oh, it was the aliens. Or no, what it would actually be is, breaking shocking news, aliens, and then boom, bang, bang, all of a sudden the economy would just tank, everything would go freaking upside down. Is that what they're saying is coming around the corner? Because I already heard people saying in their 2026 bingo card, it's going to be, disclosure. Like, we're talking, yes, there's aliens, fully confirmed, here's what we know about them. Now, my question is, because there are some people who don't quite believe in space and don't really believe that we're on a spinning ball, and so for those people, they would think two things. Either these quote-unquote aliens were just entities or, creatures from other lands beyond the ice wall, and then, or they would be fully, basically, a hologram, which we know about that project. It rhymes with Schmroject Schmloomleen. So I wonder, all I know is when I read this, I don't go, oh no, aliens are going to crash the economy. I go, what's the angle here? That's what I think, man. What is this priming us for? This sounds like it's priming us for disclosure. Or you could kind of perhaps sheepishly read this and go, dang, like, thankfully we're being warned, like, when these aliens come, we better make sure we got our stuff sorted out. You know what I'm saying? But let me know your thoughts in the comments below. Aliens, ball, flat, Schmloomleen, are we talking legit or not? Let me know in the comments and follow for more.
I just watched the movie Belgonia, and when I say they put stuff in our face, it's in our face. Starting off with this image right here. I once had an out-of-body experience, and I told people, Earth did not look how I thought it looked. It looked very similar to this. I've even made a depiction to tell you what Earth looked like. This is how I saw Earth. Yeah, this. Not to mention there was a being that met me there. That's not even the point of this video. There were other things that stood out, like the bees and how they've been dying off. This is the second movie talking about aliens and bees. There's clearly a message about bees, but that's not even it. As I was watching, one of the things they did was cut off Emma Stone's hair. Got me to thinking, there used to be a law against black people's hair. The Tignan law, where we as black women had to cover our hair. Make you think, doesn't it? But our hair naturally grows upward, which makes this scene even more interesting.
Where's my hair? Your hair has been destroyed to prevent you from contacting your ship. What ship? Your mothership.
And it's not just her hair. If you notice, they have lightened her skin, because it also is a transmitter to whatever mothership he's talking about, according to him. Which also got me to thinking, there's so many skin whitening creams promoted in the black community. And it's been said that melanin actually communicates, and is worth more than gold. So again, are they trying to tell us something? Also in the movie, they can only come during different moon cycles, showing you that us spiritual folks ain't crazy. The moon is important. And it goes back to that same story that I seen in another movie about the Anunnaki creating humans from monkeys. And as you can see, 85% it says has it. Only in this movie, they're adrenaline aliens instead of Anunnaki. But the same plot twist, and basically saying they live among us. She talks to the council in some language that we have no idea what she's even saying, then decides to end it all. This is actually Earth compared to her. Once she hits through the atmosphere, it's the end for everyone on Earth. So what if... No, y'all not ready for that. This is only for entertainment purposes, but make sure to like and comment and let me know what you think.
So President Trump is planning on turning the firmament into a firmament. And I know you're like, what am I talking about? Well, if you haven't heard, President Trump is planning on building a golden dome above the United States. You heard what I just said, right? A golden dome over the United States. Matter of fact, look at this shit. So supposedly, this golden dome is supposed to protect us from bombs and missiles. And due to the fact that we've been rubbing a lot of different countries the wrong way, we might just need this. But if you think about it, they're about to spend $175 billion to make this. And this is supposed to protect us from bombs and missiles. What if, and I'm just saying, what if it wasn't just to protect us from bombs and missiles? What if, and hear me out, this isn't just for what they're telling us it's for. Now, if you remember, a couple of videos ago, I told you that someone in the Pentagon said that the Anunnakis are coming back real soon. And if you jump down a rabbit hole on this, they're saying that this thing will be equipped with weapons, lasers, to defend us from things coming from outer space. Yeah. What I will say is this, somebody knows more than what they're saying. But in order for us to be safe, we might need that golden dome.
The ice wall was never real. It was all an illusion. We've all been fooled. What? There was no barrier around our continents that prevented us from going anywhere else. there's nothing there. It's completely warm, and we can go sail anywhere we want. This is the Urbano Monte map from 1587, and they drew exactly what they saw back then. This is not just some made-up map. And what we see on the outside of all our continents, what we might think is Antarctica, is actually green. So why was it so warm back then? Well, the truth is, there never was an ice wall, and this is how things have always been. And if you didn't know, there was something called a Little Ice Age from the 1300s to the 1800s. So likely a lot of these continents have actually sank, and there are still portions of these continents that are still there, probably most of it. So we can literally just go sail there and find out what's over there. There's nothing that's stopping us. The government can't have everyone they can't have like 1,000 or 10,000 soldiers stationed throughout every spot. So they're just trying to fool us and make us think that there's nothing left. When in reality, we can just go sail there and literally no one's can stop us. This is the only real part of Antarctica. The rest of it is completely made up. This is where they have the geographic North Pole. This is where they have little islands surrounding it, where you can go travel there on like a $30,000 cruise. You're not going to an actual huge icy continent that's not even real. You're just going to some small little island which has the blood falls, which I know you've seen before. Do I have to explain this again? This is obviously a dead carcass of like a giant leviathan or a dragon, maybe even a dinosaur that's thawing out. This is blood coming from it, not just like water mixed with iron. Besides, iron is in blood. It's one of the main ingredients to make it that color. So this is the only place you're going on vacation, just the carcass of a dead leviathan. And this section is the Ross Ice Shelf, which is just part of one of the other continents, which is warm. And it's only cold on this part because it's just a floating mass of ice that is surrounding the area. It's just floating through. So guys, it turns out we don't even have to sail past like in between two ice walls and find the perfect opening. We can just go around the little ice cubes, the icebergs that are floating around, and go to these new continents and then find out what's over there. Most likely it's probably just the same thing as our lands, so we'd have to go even past those ones. Like, it's probably just like Torrid and Terenza, with people accidentally flying to our continents by mistake and not knowing what's going on, then they just get evacuated out of there.
Did y'all see this right here? We're about to take a pretty quick trip down the rabbit hole. First though, obviously, we can see something very abnormal happening with our eyes right here. I wonder what would slot the eye the entire length of the eyeball. But watch how it goes from a round pupil to a slotted. What in the world? And we're also about to take a look into some very weird faces and also some very strange things happening what's going on with this dude? What? That could just be contrast added from the camera or exposure, or the lack thereof. But that, camera lighting, exposure, anything cannot change the shape of your pupil. So lie to yourself if you want to. We've seen this stuff for years, guys. So you mean to tell me that Macron got a very brilliant eye injury? To wearing sunglasses, to this up here. Of course, it's just a wrinkle. Pompeo, of course, just a wrinkle. Pickles them? No, I doubt it. And then right here, we have Woah Vicky recounting the time to get into a party she had to have her blood pricked and her phone taken away. Have to block out certain parts of the video so it'll be allowed. But of course, that's unrelated to the beginning of this video, right? If you did see my last episode on YT, I talked about how the fallen angels took on a different form when they fell. Proven by ancient religions with skystones worshipping reptile deities. Again, unrelated.
Basically, what we had here is a technology that was built which would give those people who operated that technology, of course, a huge advantage because they could see and view timelines within a stream, within a field. You know, the awareness of this technology came to us through certain whistleblowers, and one of them was a guy by the name of Dan Burish, who went into some detail about how that technology was acquired. It starts at the end of the Second World War. It was the first time that the United States ever came into contact with certain ETs, you could say, who began appearing over the skies of the United States. And their appearance, again, was accompanied by crashes and captures of both the craft and the pilots piloting that craft. And it leads directly to the formation of the breakaway civilization that which was created by one ultra secret society that was called Majestic 12. They who have ultimately come into possession of the Looking Glass material and time travel and other technologies ever since. So between 1947 and the early 50s, there were a series of crashes that took place, not just one, and they started the whole back engineering process. And they also had captured extraterrestrial beings, and the Looking Glass has ended up in S4, Area 51.
Makes sense, man. So does that mean we're living in the wrong timeline, bro? Imagine one day waking up finding out, bro, you're in the wrong timeline, man. Your whole life could have been different, bro. You're living a completely different life in that separate timeline, man. It's crazy. But he said the fact that they caught those UFOs back in 1950 and then reverse engineered it. It's 2026. So they would have figured everything out by now, man. I don't have to go down that rabbit hole, bro. We in two timelines, man.
Epstein files have been released.
More than 3 million pages, 2,000 videos, and 180,000 images. And what the Justice Department says is the last batch of Jeffrey Epstein files.
I think I was quite stupid to see his mistake.
An astronaut poops in space. Their waste could be taken and mixed with special microbes, and these would eat the solids, releasing gas as they go. The gas could then be used to feed bacteria, which would multiply quickly. And since the whole thing would be heated to almost 160 degrees, it would kill any germs left from the poop. Next, the bacteria could be collected and turned into a paste, which astronauts would eat. This would save room on the spacecraft by turning their own poop into food.
Astronauts eating poop now, bro? I don't believe it, man. That has to be like a worst case scenario. Even then, bro, a lot of people will refuse to do that, man. Just don't send me up there, bro.
To all the countries that are out there that are not paying attention to the United States, it's time you start paying attention to the United States. And if many of these countries have not learned by what happened to Maduro in Venezuela, well, the United States allegedly just went into Scotland and took 2 people. You heard what I said. Took 2 people in Scotland. Take a look at this.
2 people have been abducted from Scotland in the middle of the night by the US military, despite our highest court ordering that they be kept here under our jurisdiction.
So if you recall, there was a Russian oil tanker that was seized earlier in the month. And if you recall, the ship was captured between Iceland and Scotland. And on that ship, the ship's captain and the ship's first officer were supposed to be kept in the UK under Scottish jurisdiction. And that didn't go according to plan because the following day, they were both gone. And the United States sent an email stating that they had the 2 of them. And once again, the US went on that ship without anyone even noticing they were there and captured both of them, sending a very, very strong message to the rest of the world. So once again, does this signal to the rest of the world? You do not want any issues with the United States of America. Let me know your thoughts on this in the comments, and as always, I'd love to hear from you.
What they're about to do with Khaby Lame is pretty scary. So you may have heard that this week he sold his business to a company based in Hong Kong for just under $1 billion. And that sale includes Khaby's brand, commercial activities, and even intellectual property. But the part that not enough people are speaking about is that this deal also includes his Face ID, his Voice ID, and even behavioral models. This is so that the company, which now essentially owns him, can create an AI digital twin for content. In fact, they even include the sentence multilingual, cross-time zone, live stream, e-commerce content. So bro's gone from speaking 0 words to speaking every language 24/7 non-stop. And I mean, this is unprecedented. Khaby is now the first major creator to sell their likeness for mass AI replication. But here's the scary part. The company claims that through purchasing Khaby's likeness, they will be able to generate more than $4 billion in annual sales. For context, Beast Industries, Jimmy's company, was forecasted to earn $899 million in revenue for 2025. And bro's by far the largest creator in the world. So how the hell this company expects to make 4 times that has got me worried. How much AI Khaby Lame are we about to be flooded with in 2026? The question is, should more creators be cashing in and making deals like this? Or has Khaby made a big mistake?
It's like a bad deal, bro. Not a bad deal, but it's just like, I guess your morals, man. Like, how much is it worth to you, man? Just, I guess, to sell yourself, your digital self, man, for under $1 billion, bro. And I heard, because I just saw that when that deal went through, it was like, just, I guess, trending on Twitter, people was talking about it, how they said they didn't understand it. They think that, like, something fishy was going on with the company. I'm about to go down that weird rabbit hole, bro. Well, would you guys sell yourself for $1 billion, man? I guess it's just a question of morals then, bro.
You think it's okay to try and get a closer picture of you and a snow leopard in the wild? You don't love your life. So in China, a skier saw a snow leopard, and she came up with a wild idea to walk over to the snow leopard to try and get a closer picture. She walked up on that leopard, and that leopard tore her ass up. Oh, you don't believe me, right? Look at this shit. Mind you, a snow leopard is faster than you. A snow leopard is stronger than you. A snow leopard hunts for its prey. This ain't a domestic animal. What would make you say, oh, you know what? This snow leopard is not going to do nothing to me. I'm going to get a closer pic. That snow leopard bit her ass up, dragged her down, and sat on top of her face. We are 29 days into January 2026, and the shit y'all doing, you will not make it to February 2026. It's enough bullshit going on. We just started this shit. Don't leave for something stupid. I'm out.
Please
Scientists
don't.
just made 50-year-old human cells biologically 20 again. And aging might have just become optional. This isn't science fiction. It's built on Nobel Prize-winning research from 2012 called Yamanaka factors, which are proteins that can turn any adult cell back into a stem cell. The problem was they were slow, unreliable, and sometimes caused cancer. So the technology sat there for over a decade, scientifically proven, but practically useless. Then OpenAI built a protein engineering AI and used it to redesign the Yamanaka factors from scratch. The result was 50 times more effective than the original Nobel Prize-winning version. In lab tests, 30% of 50-year-old cells were repaired and reverted to a younger state in just 7 days. Not slowed down, reversed. If this holds up in human trials, we're talking about injectable therapies that could repair aging hearts, regenerate failing brains, and restore muscle and skin to how they functioned decades earlier. The tech that won a Nobel Prize in 2012 wasn't the breakthrough, it was the blueprint. AI just figured out how to actually use it. Do you think humans should reverse aging, or are we playing with something we don't fully understand? Let me know in the comments. And if you enjoyed stories like this, follow my page for more.
So not only do you have CERN creating time ripples with the hydrogen collider that they just put on turbo speed, fun, also creating black holes opening up portals to other dimensions, letting in entities, aka demons. You also have Elon Musk and AI taking all of our drinkable water. Y'all stop using AI. Y'all stop using AI. It's not cute. The pictures, the videos, whatever it is that you're creating your grocery list, having y'all conversations, stop. It's enough we gotta deal with.
You were today years old when you found this out. If you're trying to get a splinter out and nothing's working, you can use glue to get it out. You can light birthday candles with spaghetti if it's too hot. You can use dental floss to slice perfect slices of cheese. While going on a trip, pack a couple clothespins to protect your toothbrush from touching a dirty counter. You can relieve the itchiness of a mosquito bite by putting a dab of clear nail polish on it.
Weird facts, okay.
Here are some crazy ocean facts that will blow your mind and will make you question whether you're ever gonna fucking go back in there. For starters, the discovery of monstrosities like this. The colossal squid. It don't look too bad there, Matt. Well, let me tell you that this measures the length of a school bus. This little guy's called a bearded fireworm. Don't be fooled by his cuteness. The thing from this little shit is so painful it makes you feel like your body is on fire while you're in the water. My brain! What kind of creation is that? Nature! You good? There is enough gold in the ocean for every single person on Earth to have 9 pounds of it. I can get my golden toilet. It is estimated that 2/3 of marine life is still to be discovered. With shit like the basking shark existing, what is down there? I'm uncomfortable. Not everyone knows about the box jellyfish. You know the thing that can make you go bye-bye in 2 minutes? Well, because of global warming, they're expected to appear in every beach all around the world. If you didn't know any of these, you have to share. Ian!
Disturbing facts.
Be careful out there.
To know. Did you know that sometimes doctors use teeth of dead people to make dentures? And talking about teeth, there's a fish in South America that has human teeth. And for some reason, it looks so creepy. If you ever see this cute frog, run away as fast as possible. Because it's called a golden poison frog, and it has enough poison to kill 15 humans in a few minutes.
Damn.
Now, we all know a chainsaw is used to cut wood, right? But did you know it was invented to assist childbirth? And finally, there are still around 40 million slaves around the world, with India having the majority of them at 8 million, mostly kids.
That's insane, man. We still at this point in the world, bro, and there's still slaves. Come on, man. We have to do better. Basic human rights right there, man. Damn.
Albert Einstein was offered the presidency of Israel in 1952, but he declined. Weird history facts. No one knew about the last one. Okay. Queen Elizabeth I was so obsessed with sugar, her teeth started to rot while she was still alive. You can now check if a spyware has infected your phone. To find out, just click on Share, slide to the right, and then select More. If you see an unknown app, delete it immediately. The first orange wasn't orange, but green. So why is it called an orange? In ancient Rome, the practice of using urine as a teeth whitener was common due to its ammonia content, which acted as a natural bleaching agent. Now you can check if your phone is real or fake by commenting KSOS with only small letters. If TikTok gives you a warning, your phone is real. Comment if you get a warning. In ancient Egypt, servants were smeared with honey to attract flies away from the pharaoh. Before the last fact, follow us to get smarter.
The further that you look into dark history, you start to realize just how dark it really is.
Talk about it.
This is Lorleen Wallace. She was the first female governor of Alabama, and she was diagnosed with stage 4 cervical cancer. Dark history for Lorleen was that legally, doctors did not have to tell her. They only told her husband. Let that sink in. She was diagnosed with stage 4 cancer, terminal cancer, and only her husband was told. Her husband decided not to tell her. Legally, he didn't have to. It was thought at the time that women's nerves were too fragile to be able to handle news like this, so only their husbands were told. I think we're probably going to cover this on the podcast, because this is actually a pretty in-depth story, if you want to listen. Basically, the way this story ends is that Lorleen, she does become governor. She runs, but she only lives through the first year of her term. She was never initially told she was dying. So, I learned something?
Imagine you getting diagnosed with something, man, and somebody's just like withholding that information with you. and withholding that information from you because they think you're not strong enough to handle it. The laws back in the day, weird seekers, absolutely weird.
Today, and I desperately need y'all to see this. I was today years old when I found out sea anemone can actually move. Yes, the same thing Nemo lived in and the same thing SpongeBob accidentally watched while trying to find a sports channel.
I remember that. Whoa.
I know I'm going to get that one comment, so I'm just going to say it. Sea anemone aren't plants, they're animals, and they're actually related to jellyfish. They're predators that feed on plankton, shrimp, and even small fish. They hunt by acting innocent and lulling their victim into a false sense of security before they snatch their soul and never let go. Basically, get out with more water. Most anemone have stinging tentacles that can clap fish, and some like the Dophlenia over here can cause severe pain in humans for months. The reason this one didn't cause a family reunion in the afterlife is because clownfish are covered in mucus that protects them from the sting. Also, clownfish poop provides nutrients for the anemone, so he basically lets them rock. But like, I knew all that, but I didn't know they could move. You can find this video on YouTube, or if you're SpongeBob, on C-Hub. Ben said popcorn, behold the Opsy. What a savage.
Here's something that you've been using wrong your whole life. Number 1, the top of your soda can, which is supposed to be a straw holder. You just have to turn it around and put your straw in the first hole. Okay, second one, I kind of feel like a disgrace to my people because I did not know this. We've all seen Chinese takeout boxes, right? But did you know that you're supposed to unfold them so they become disposable plates? Literally, it makes everything so much easier. But the next one really blew my mind. This is how you're supposed to peel an orange. You just cut the top and the bottom and one slice in the middle, and then it just unwraps perfectly. My mind is honestly blown by this. And now for the last one. If you've ever spilt your cereal, milk, or juice everywhere, that's because you're supposed to hold the carton upside down. This way, not as much liquid pours out all at once, and you won't spill. Let me know if you guys would be interested in a part 2, because there's so many of these life hacks out there.
Okay, so we have a Madeleine McCann update. Trust me, favorite this video right now so you can stay up to date with this story because this is insane! There's a lot to get through, so let's do it. Firstly, her family did actually release a statement in the end, essentially saying that they're really disappointed by this whole situation. And they also claim that photos of her when she was younger do actually exist, along with a birth certificate and hospital discharges. But apparently she took them before all of this started. As well, the family is saying that she doesn't take her medicine regularly and that she always wants to be famous, being a model and a singer. And that now she has over 1 million followers, she's gotten what she wanted. And that they do not want her to do the DNA test. Then a few days later, this came out on her actual Instagram story. Because she did actually end up doing the DNA test, that she has big news and that there's lots to reveal. But not only are they looking to see if she's Madeleine McCann, but also testing her DNA to see if she is the missing twin, Livia. This is mad.
What? How the hell could she end up being like 2 missing people? Oh, we definitely going to have to get some more updates on that case, man. Because that one, we've seen those clips a couple of times, but that's
Animal facts that will make you sound smarter. The immortal jellyfish is a life cheat code that lets a Benjamin button itself when times get tough, making it basically, well, immortal. On the opposite side, the mayfly is born with an expiration date of less than 24 hours. Every time the Earth does a 360, an entire generation gets Thanos. There was a shark that put entire nuclear submarines out of commission. And out of all the sharks that could have done it, it was the cookie cutter named after the holes they leave in dolphins, whales, and nuclear warships. The Arctic tern travels from north to south and back to the North Pole every year. In their lives, they'll travel the same distance as 3 round trips to the moon. They also experience 2 summers every year. Sharks can survive massive amounts of radiation, so instead of getting skin cancer, they just get suntanned. Not only are they cancer-proof, they're basically resistant to every disease known to man. Can't say the same about cheetahs because not only do they have one of the weakest immune systems, they're severely inbred, so they're really one pandemic away from getting straight up deleted. Zebras have the N-word pass because their skin's actually black. However, if you shave a tiger, its skin would still be striped. Goldfish can actually memorize things for 5 months. You probably know that parrots can talk, but elephants can be taught to mimic human speech, and one actually learned 5 words in Korean.
These are scary facts about popular childhood movies, part 1. Next up, in the movie The Adventures of Milo and Otis, it's been reported that upwards of 20 cats were killed during the filming of the movie. There's a lot of speculation behind this, because the film somehow got the approval of the American Humane Society, despite not having their officers present during filming.
What the hell? The American Humane Society?
This is Robert the Doll,
deep
one of the
into
most
that
haunted
one.
dolls on the planet. So continuing the story from my last TikTok, the family actually locked Robert in the attic of the house because they were so afraid of him because he was moving and doing creepy shit. Didn't stop him. Apparently in the attic he would move stuff around, bang on walls, frighten the family. And and kids walking by the neighborhood passing this house, this is their house, would see Robert sitting right up here in the window staring at them. People think that Robert was haunted because the person that gave it to Jean, this guy right here, put some black magic or voodoo curse on the doll. When Jean died, a new family moved into the house, and the daughter in the family was delighted to find Robert in the attic. But she claimed that Robert attacked her. And eventually, because Robert was too scared to keep in the home, he was donated to a museum. You're not supposed to take photos of Robert, and people have supposedly taken photos of him and been cursed. And people who work at the museum have supposedly seen Robert moving around in his case and even tapping on the windows and finding scratches inside of the case. What do you think? Would you visit Robert? I want to go and take a picture and see what happens, but he seems pretty chill.
No, not me. I ain't mess with that bad energy, Seekers.
Creepy last words people said right before dying. A nice old lady told a CNA that she wanted to wear all white. When asked why, she said the man in black is here. She looked in the corner of the room. The CNA looked, but there was no one there. That's when the nurse came into the room. They asked her to describe what she was seeing, and she said he's in all black, and he's got a top hat on. And then she whispered, and his eyes are red. While her eyes moved across the room to directly behind the CNA, like she was watching him move closer to them. She died later that night, but it was unexpected. That room creeped the nurse and the CNA out for a long time after that.
What do you guys think about that story? I would creep out anybody. We're learning from these clips today, Seekers. Picking them new info every day. Tap in with us. Edit. If y'all see any edits, man, y'all can call them out too.
Was camping in California when their son began to say something very creepy.
A family vacation that took a strange turn. They visited the same area where a missing woman was last seen.
He said that there was a woman staring at him in the field nearby.
Got goosebumps. He said she needs our help, but she's dead, and she's laying face down with her legs up. She can't talk to me, but she's over there. We need to go help her.
Freaked out by this, both of his parents went to go check the surrounding area, but found nothing.
He said she has a black shirt, blue jeans, and blue hair, Mom. He kept saying, trust me, Mom.
After arriving home, Victoria posts about the experience to Facebook, and not long after she does so, the police came knocking at her door with photos of a woman named Sandra Johnson Hughes. She had gone missing in the exact same location 1 year prior. Authorities would then proceed to exhaust their efforts searching the area over the next few days. Sadly, they would find nothing. If what this little boy was saying was true, experts believe that any evidence of her remains would be long gone by now. Could Caden have actually seen the ghost of this woman, or is his description merely a coincidence? What do you believe?
Black shirt, blue hair. He describes down to blue hair. Said she has a black shirt, blue jeans, and blue hair, Mom.
Aiden was able to identify 3 out of 4 pictures of her. Detectives went back to the meadow with the Gorba family to investigate, but the case remains open.
These are some extreme.
I think he really seen the ghost, because like, how did he like nail exactly what she looked like? And he named 3 out of 4 pictures of her, bro. So he definitely saw something, man. Spirit, ghost, something you can't explain. But he definitely saw something, man.
Extremely unsettling facts, and I've found all of these on Reddit. The Conjuring is one of the most influential horror movies of all time, and actually helped pave the way for a lot of other movies that were to come along in the future. But there was a lot of dark stuff that went on behind the scenes. After they had finished their first day of filming, actress Vera Farmiga had noticed something very off. She had 3 very large claw marks on her body, much larger than any human could have possibly done. And when she was asked about it, she said, "There's no way that I could have left this and not known." And this further adds on to the urban legend of this movie actually being cursed. The Texas Chainsaw Massacre is one of the best known horror movies ever, but there's so much more behind this movie that I didn't tell you. Like the fact that the farm that this movie was filmed on actually had around 500 animal corpses underneath it. And where there's corpses, there's going to be a stench. And it got to be so unbearable that it got to the point that whenever the director would yell cut between takes, whether it was an actor, whether it was someone else working on the crew, would have to sprint off screen and go vomit. And finally, this is one place on Earth you cannot visit. But before I get into that, you guys, I delve into a lot of darker things, so if you want something a little more positive, make sure you go peep my bio. You won't regret it. North Sentinel Island is an island off the coast of India. This place is widely known as one of the places on Earth you cannot visit. This is because The Northern Sentinelese people who live there have become very aggressive to all visitors. They've also had very, very, very limited contact with modern civilization as we know it. Even when boats are going by, these people are known to throw spears and shoot bows and arrows at them. But there's a reason behind this. Wow. The people of the Northern Sentinel Island were brutalized and abused by colonizers years ago. And this caused them to be very shut off from the rest of the world and be very aggressive towards visitors. And if we're being real, if that happened to you, you would do the same thing. And look, I know these are pretty dark even for me, but that's why.
Hit the nail on the head with the last one, but that's it. You guys think that was foul play?
Your life. Baby chicks, while very sweet, are often grinded up. In many large factories, if they're baby roosters, they're just tossed into a grinder. Pretty gross. Did you know that in the United States alone, every year, around 2,500 people die from using right-handed equipment that were originally left-handed? Sucks to be left-handed. George Bush Sr. was the only man to survive after his plane was shot down in World War II by Japanese soldiers. Out of the 9 men that were cannibalized and eaten on by Japanese soldiers, Bush was somehow the only one to survive. Hopefully you like boogers, because Inuit mothers actually suck the snot out of their baby's nose. Nasty. Did you know there's actually 200 corpses right now on Mount Everest? Due to the body's elevation, they're actually left up there and perfectly preserved to the extreme climate and temperatures. They're used as guide points for climbers and hikers. Comment and let me know which facts disturb you the most.
I think the fact that people use on Mount Everest, man, they know that there's corpses and all that stuff around. There hasn't been, like, I guess, any attempts to take them off the mountain. They just use them as marker places. That's seriously messed up. They need to take those corpses down, man. Those families deserve that. The more you know, man. That's it.
This is the truth about the 4 ghosts in Pac-Man.
Talk about it.
Okay, so the 4 ghosts in Pac-Man are actually programmed to act differently. The red ghost chases you the entire game and doesn't stop following you. The pink one just tries to position itself in a set way to block you off, so that the other 3 ghosts can catch you. Next up, the blue one just tries to ambush you in every single way it can, and is definitely the most aggressive one out of the 4. And next up, the orange one is random. It could either chase you the entire game, ambush you, or just sit in one spot and position itself. So, next time you play Pac-Man, keep this video in mind.
It's a little cheat code. If you know what the ghost
Let's talk about a disturbing upcoming horror game where you have to get rid of a princess instead of save her. Slay the Princess. And this one looks horrifying. Just like the title says, this is a narrative-based game where you have to slay a princess. And of course, this is not an ordinary princess. She's hiding a very dangerous and dark secret. Just make sure you don't listen to her when she tries to convince you not to get rid of her. The game promises to have many different branching paths involving the princess turning into all sorts of different horrific things. Will you save her just to see what happens, or will you wait around and see what her true form is? There's a free demo of the game out right now on Steam, and this is easily looking like one of 2023's coolest horror games. And of course, I'll be covering it when it releases.
Since the show already out, are you guys gonna check that out, Seekers?
This is a story that shows you how real death can be. In Islam, when a baby is born, God gives the baby a name, a written life story, and a date of death. And on the day of death, nothing and no one will stop the angel of death. This is a story of a Lebanese family, a mother and her teenage son. The son and his friends plan a trip after their high school graduation to celebrate. They were planning to fly to another country. He told his mom about this plan, but she was very scared for him. He was her only son. She felt like he was still too young to travel on his own with his friends. She begged him for weeks. She begged him not to go, but he insisted. The night before his morning trip, the son packs his bags and is ready to meet his friends at the airport the next morning. The alarm doesn't usually wake this boy up. He always relies on his mom to wake him up. So he asked her to wake him up at a certain time before the flight. The mother's heart had a wrong feeling about this. She decided not to wake him up. She wanted him to be late and miss this flight. His friends gave up waiting for him, and they eventually took that flight.
Okay.
The plane crashes only minutes after takeoff from a technical failure. She immediately sees the news that the plane her son was meant to take crashes, and there are no survivors. She finally runs to his room to wake him up and show him the news, but her son was already dead. He had a stroke in bed the same morning. Whether he took that flight or not, he was meant to die on this day. One piece of advice: when your mother has a wrong feeling about something, listen to her.
10 facts you didn't know that could save your life. If your house ever smells like fish for no reason, 9 times out of 10, it's because there's an electrical fire. If you're in a foreign country and you need to call for help, but you don't know the emergency number, call 112 and it'll automatically connect you to the nearest helpline. If a tornado looks like it's not moving, it's actually moving towards you. If you ever wake up to the smell of gas, don't turn on a light. The spark from the light switch could blow up your entire house. Lying flat on your back is the best way to survive a falling elevator. If your hair ever stands up, duck and cover because you're about to be struck by lightning. If you ever fall off the edge onto the tracks, don't try and crawl back up. There's a crawl space built to go underneath in case this happens. If a deer runs across the road, it's better to hit it than swerve into the ditch. But if it's a moose, then it's better to swerve into the ditch, because hitting a moose is like hitting a brick wall. Even if you have no service, you can still dial 911. In an emergency, your phone will connect to the nearest tower. If you ever get kidnapped into the back of a vehicle, disconnect the brake light wires so the cops will pull them over. Then kick on the door to let them know that you're there.
We like this.
The world right now. This year's Nobel Peace Prize winner was, quote, the hardest one to reach, because he was living his best life on a 3-week hiking trip in the Montana mountains. His wife's phone, who he was with, found a spot of service on the last day, where she was flooded with over 200 text messages, which he thought was a joke being played by all their friends. Apparently, finding out you're a Nobel Peace Prize winner is commonly a hilarious process. Like in 2020, when the winner unplugged his phone in the middle of the night after getting the call, because of course, you get a call saying you're a Nobel Peace Prize winner, you're not going to believe it. So instead, his co-winner walked to his house in his PJs and delivered the news through his security camera on his front door.
You've won the Nobel Prize. And so they're trying to reach you, but they cannot. They don't seem to have a number for you.
Like, is that something people who win this are trying to do? It's not like an Oscar where you're sitting there with 5 nominees waiting to find out. You're just getting a call like, hey, you were like a big impact on peace this year. Here you go. I would definitely think it's a scam call. Fun story, though.
This is what the year 2067 will look like if things keep going the way they're going.
The year is 2067. Nobody can afford to move out anymore, so you live with your kids and your kids' kids in your $14,000 a month, 800 square foot, 3-bedroom
That's the way it's
owned
going.
by BlackRock. You just got back from a long day of working at your government and did filming of Beast Games on Amazon Prime, sponsored by Palantir. That's how you afford your groceries at your local Lockheed Martin supermarket. You're still 20 years away from retiring. Eggs are $32 and the federal minimum wage is $10. There's a Tesla microchip planted in your head that you need to be able to vote, but you can only afford the basic monthly subscription, so you still get Papa John's commercials pumped directly into your eyeball every hour on the air.
Black Mirror.
Shaq is still the face of the company. They use AI to download his subconscious and repurpose it for commercial use, so they own the rights to him. Technically, you're leaving tonight to go on a camping trip for the one day you get off every week. The national park closest to you was bought out by Microsoft decades ago. So your ticket to entry is a Microsoft Suites package. Don't worry. Teams can still reach you out there. You better leave soon. It's going to take 5 hours to get there. There's citywide gridlock and no public transport in every single major city across the U.S. For the working class, at least. The top 1% get to private jet and helicopter everywhere because they don't want to sit in the traffic. It's 124 degrees out. The ozone layer doesn't exist anymore, and neither do bees or glaciers.
This is how it's
Water, we're
going to
still
be.
at war in the Middle East, but don't worry. Starbucks just came out with some new summer refreshers. OnlyFans Orange and Prize Picks Peach. They're 176 grams of sugar and vegetables are only for the mega wealth. But you're on Ozempic, so you can sip on 3 of them while you do full AI-generated content and slip into extinction.
With everything
Scary.
that's going on in the year 2025, including 3i Atlas and alleged UFO sightings all across the world, now we have even more things to be concerned about. This latest headline out of the New York Post, UFO tracker, shows thousands of eerie underwater objects lurking along the U.S. coast. Like many of you, I was shocked to even know we have a UFO tracker. You can actually download certain apps, okay, in the Google Play Store and the App Store that'll help you track alleged UFOs. Now, one of the crazier parts of the story is they actually released what was tracked and where it was found. This is a chart of the east coast of the United States. Take a look at how many objects, unidentified objects, are under the water lurking all up the east coast of the United States of America.
Scary.
Is all this talk now starting to add up because of the alleged arrival of 3i Atlas at the end of the month? There are so many unanswered questions, but the one thing I want you to keep in the back of your mind, as I say in all my videos, please take this as entertainment purposes only. This is for entertainment purposes only, because like I said, it may be reported in the news or all over social media, but no one has come out and officially confirmed any of this information. So I guess my question to you is, do you think this is just another distraction? Or is it something we need to be concerned with? Let me know your thoughts in the comments, and as always, I'd love to hear from you.
You're going to be traumatized when I tell you what this is. Can you tell what this is? What about this? Can you tell what this is? And this? What about this one? You might be seeing what I'm talking about. Yes, that is the Jaws animatronic before it breaks the water, when it's completely submerged. And that's what it looks like outside of the water. Let's look at it again. Oh my god, you can see the outline of the mouth. I hate everything about this, by the way. And this one is the one where it like bites the wire and it like gets blown up. And this is what it looks like when it's out of the water. And yeah, let's look at it again. Completely submerged before it comes out of the water. Oh, my Lanta. Also, this is what the pit looks like when that entire pool is completely drained. The mechanics under the water. No. And this again is this one where the Jaws animatronic breaches the water and is out of the water. Why completely underwater are they so much scarier? If you're not scared of the shark animatronic from Jaws, the ride, I don't trust you.
One of the biggest mysteries from the Louvre heist is why the thieves didn't steal this diamond. And I personally think it's because this is one of the most cursed objects at the Louvre, and I think the thieves knew that. This is the Regent diamond. It's a 140-carat diamond that's estimated to be about $60 million. The curse is said to have started the moment the diamond was removed from the earth. This diamond comes from India around 1700, and according to the legend, it was actually an enslaved person who removed the diamond and then was immediately murdered in cold blood so that an English ship captain could take it. And I mean, we don't have to get technical about it, but it's kind of already a stolen object. Other ones that they stole, which kind of made investigators think that they intentionally left it behind. But what they didn't realize is this is one of the most cursed objects at the Louvre. It's said to be worn by all sorts of French royalty who met really grisly endings. It was Napoleon Bonaparte's favorite decoration for his swords, and he would go on to die in exile. It was also a favorite gem of Marie Antoinette and her husband Louis XVI, who both of them would go on to be guillotined.
You won't believe.
So did they know? What would that mean, bro? What if we can the Rockstar's Batman thumbnail? Does he know? Because there's no way, man, they getting all those diamonds and then you just leave that. Someone in that crew had to know something.
What Iceland is trying to do with their lava. They call it lava forming, and they have the ambitious plan to build entire cities out of it, giving it the most dystopian aesthetic I've ever seen. But hear me out. It's actually not as crazy as it sounds. You see, Iceland is one of the most active volcanic regions in the world. And when they had those massive eruptions in 2023, looking at the enormous amount of material rising to the surface, the head of a firm called SAP Architar said, "Holy, we could build a whole city in 1 week with all of that." And to be fair to her, lava is pretty damn amazing because it already naturally has all of the materialities that concrete does, but crucially without the massive CO2 footprint. So currently the project has 3 speculative ideas on how to build, I don't know, lava land. The first method would be, instead of waiting for the eruptions, they drill down to reach the underground magma and then channel it into molds where it cools and solidifies into blocks, beams, and panels. Method 2 gets a little more complicated, but they'll dig precise trenches around active volcanoes, which, once it erupts, they would channel the lava into the foundations and walls of an entire city, which would simultaneously protect it from future eruptions. And then the third and most forward-thinking of the 3 methods would be be to harness the technology of robotics and 3D printing. So, envision a whole fleet of these future robots capable of walking across hot lava fields and then scoop up and use the lava as ink, if you will, to then 3D print buildings layer by layer. Okay, that one is just as crazy as it sounds. But the question is, which one would we see first? Iceland's lava land or Saudi's The Line? Or neither?
So scientists have made a shocking discovery that is undeniably the truth. So back in Genesis, when God destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah with fire and brimstone, Lot and his family had been rescued by angels. However, Lot's wife looked back and she became a pillar of salt. And that pillar of salt has been found in the land where Sodom and Gomorrah has been believed to be. So this discovery has been made by scientists and archaeologists. You might say, well, didn't they been discover that? Sure, it was Christian archaeologists who found it before. Now it's normal scientists, secular scientists that have found this discovery. Now people are understanding that the Bible is not just a religious book. It is history. It is just like any other book that told stories about history. The history about Sodom and Gomorrah, the history about, even in Sodom and Gomorrah, they still find sulfur balls, which can only be found if there was some type of fire and brimstone, which also shows that it had been destroyed by fire and brimstone that rained down from heaven. It seems like they are finding so many different themes in the Bible, and they are finding them in real life, and it's so awesome because now people, you can try and deny it all you want, but they're finding legit facts, and the Bible wrote about it before. That is proving the Bible true.
The Black Pearl? Oh, yes. The whole reason that Jack Sparrow's ship was black. There's this whole scene where they give that backstory. Apparently, Jack Sparrow worked for the East India Trading Company forever ago, and the Black Pearl was given to him under contract from Beckett to be running goods from these places. Well, he goes on one of these assignments to pick up cargo. He gets there and it's slaves. He frees them all. Beckett catches up and lights the ship on fire. It burns down and sinks. And like in the deleted scene, but Johnny Depp's line, he said people are cargo.
They burnt the Black Pearl and then he made a deal with Davy Jones
to bring it back.
And
that's
so
why
that's the Black Pearl, because it was burnt.
And that's why also people are terrified when they see the Black Pearl. Because it shouldn't exist. It shouldn't be there.
Isn't that awesome? Why would you delete that? Like, that's the best. That makes it way cooler.
If that was established in the first movie, or even that was the twist at the end, why is this pirate this insanely moral person? Well, he was a cargo ship.
Yeah, and he always chooses the better moral thing to do.
Everything this girl said in this video is 100% true. I remember them telling me the blood was blue in my body too. And they didn't just tell me, they told the whole classroom. I was taught this, the people in my class was taught this, the people in the other class was taught this. Now they're trying to say they never said it? Man, watch out.
I was 100% sure that they taught us that blood was blue inside the body until it hits oxygen and then it turns red. And I just saw a video of a 6th grade teacher talking about why do her 6th graders think that blood is blue. And my first thought was, how do you, as a teacher, not know that blood is blue until it hits oxygen? And then I looked it up, and apparently that was never true. So now I'm wondering, because I could have sworn they taught us this in schools, I don't even know if this is a Mandela effect or if this is just misinformation.
They are fucking with the system. Y'all let me know what y'all think about this down below in the comments. Was you ever taught this or not?
I was actually taught that the blood is blue until it hits the air because of the CO2. So I don't know if they try to play mind tricks on us, man, trying to make us forget that past information, but I know, bro. Any of you seekers, did you guys say that when you were kids?
Group 7, I think we cracked the code. Not only is the whole world speaking about Group 7 right now, but now Group 7 has a Netflix playlist. You heard what I just said? I just said that Group 7 has a Netflix playlist. Oh, you don't believe me, right? Look at this shit. Tell me what that said right there. Group 7 only. See, y'all playing with this shit. But just think about the shit that can be done if we utilize this shit the right way. Another thing, and I don't know if you saw this, if you search Group 7 on TikTok, Group 7, they're saying your whole screen will turn orange. You have to try it. I tried it. It works. I'm not going to do it now. But try it. Back to the BS. Y'all don't understand how deep this shit is right now. We can be using this for the greater good. And by the greater good, I mean we could be using this to get a lot of money. Group 7, tap in, because it's the time, and the time is right now. Everybody in the whole entire world knows about Group 7. If you're in Group 7, like really in Group 7, I'm talking about from the beginning. You know what it is, and I'm talking to you.
Call it Italian wine magic. Some people in the mob used to do it. Like the Italian mafia, okay. They used to use this to tell if somebody was lying or not. Yeah. They would get a bottle of wine, right? And let's say I had a couple friends over, and there was one person I wanted to test and see if they're lying to me. Okay. I would pop the cork, get the bottle, and I would whisper a word into the top of the bottle. What happens is you're gonna pour the wine for everyone, and if the person says the word that you said into the bottle during the dinner, yeah, it could be a random word, and you're not supposed to lead them to saying it. If anything, kind of avoid it. Yeah. But if they say the word that you said into the wine bottle, then they're lying to you or they're doing you dirty. Oh. And the mafia used to do this. My God!
Albania just announced they're replacing their entire corrupt government with AI ministers, and this isn't a joke. This is an actual plan from their prime minister. Prime Minister Edi Rama stood up and said they're going to let artificial intelligence run government departments because humans keep taking bribes and hiring their families for positions they don't deserve. His exact pitch was no nepotism, no conflicts of interest, maybe even a ministry run entirely by AI. Here's why this is actually being considered. Albania has massive corruption problems that have been blocking their entry into the European Union for years. Every reform attempt failed because humans in power kept finding ways to abuse the system. So now they're saying, let's just remove humans from the equation entirely. Former government officials are actually agreeing with this. They're saying artificial intelligence doesn't take bribes, doesn't need a salary, never stops working, and can't be influenced by family connections or political pressure. Albania would become the first country in human history to have artificial intelligence running actual government departments, making real decisions that affect millions of people. They're not talking about AI assistants or AI advisors. They mean full replacement. AI ministers with actual authority. What is your stand on this matter? Do you support this move of a fully AI government?
But it turns out
no.
That Kanye West was right this whole time. Kim Kardashian seemingly lets her daughter do whatever she wants. She's wearing face tattoos. Playboy Cardi says that he wants to make a song with her. She's 12 years old. She looks like a Tekashi 6ix9ine Labubu. She is already being sucked into this insanely demonic lifestyle, and Kim doesn't seem to care. And Kanye's actually making it seem like Kim wants this for her. And Kim turns off all the comments on all of these videos because she knows that she's gonna get criticized, or creeps on the internet are gonna leave weird comments. So why even let her post these in the first place? Well, Kanye in his news post just called her out for it.
Stop antagonizing me. I'm not allowing my daughter to be used by TikTok, to be used by Disney.
Don't get me wrong, I actually think that Northwest is funny. It just feels like nobody is there to reel her in at all. If anything, based on Kim's track record, she's gonna let Northwest go as far as she wants to go. And don't get me wrong, I like Kim. I think that she actually does care about her daughter. But there's absolutely nobody in this family that's living in the real world. Just look at what happened to Jaden Smith. Do you think that she'd be better off with Kim or Kanye raising her?
You, Pat?
Tell me down below, Sage, what do you guys think about that situation?
That's the healthy lung test. Did you pass the test?
You know, pass it with flying colors, bro.
Cats around them, there's a dark reason. So do cats randomly come up to you?
Sometimes. Why?
So if a cat comes up to you, it means you are carrying really bad or negative energy. This is one of the many reasons why ancient Egyptians always had cats around them in their homes and in temples, because they thought cats have ability to absorb bad energy. They believe cats have protective qualities both physically and spiritually. They are kind of like little energy cleaners. That's why you'll often see a cat cozying up to someone who might unknowingly be carrying negative energy, and who always has cats in folklore, the witches, because they are dealing with negative energies, and cats are said to help them absorb and neutralize these dark forces. The idea of cats as companions to witches wasn't just about their mysterious nature. It was also tied to the belief that cats could act as shields or purifiers, absorbing the negativity around them. So if a cat comes up to you and cuddles or lingers around, some believe it means you might have some bad energy clinging to you.
Some of you guys won't believe me, but I've been telling you guys this for quite some time, that we live in a cosmic video game, and the sky that you see is actually an LCD screen. And if you don't believe me, check this video over here. This guy was recording this weird anomaly in the sky, right? I don't know what this is, right? But he captures something even more magnificent. The sky goes from this hazy gray purplish color to completely blue. This is in Dublin, Ireland, y'all, excuse me. Did y'all see that? Did y'all see that?
4K.
Look at this, y'all. Let me replay it back for you guys. There are no cuts or nothing. It startled him, so he moved the camera. But it goes from this. Look at this. What happened? Where did this thing go? What? I've been telling y'all this. Our sky is alive and it is aware. It's a sentient being just like every other thing in this world. They told us in the movie Three Body Problem that our sky is alive. Check this out.
Sophon, are you awake? Awake and aware. I understand my purpose. I'm ready to return to my original size. Please proceed.
Now look at that, right? Kind of like the same thing we just seen, right? Look at this anomaly. A lot of people are in for a rude awakening because I've been telling you guys for quite some time that we live in an artificial matrix, a cosmic simulation video game. A lot of your neighbors, they're not real. This government, they're not real people. They're just projected simulation holograms. That's literally what they are. Quantum physics states alone that physicality is not real. And this is what a lot of people are about to figure out. We're literally souls having a physical human experience. We're watching the dissolution of this matrix in real time. That's why the sky is falling. Y'all see the sky closer. Y'all notice that, right? The clouds are on the floor. Let me know what you guys think about this video, y'all. The ship is here. Let's continue to get it. You see it.
Thomas the Train. In a 1984 episode of Thomas the Tank Engine, there was a big green train engine named Henry pulling a passenger train. He runs into a tunnel and stops at the end, not wanting to go any further. Henry's driver argued with him, but he refuses to get out. He claimed the rain would wreck his brand new green paint. So the workers decided to get revenge on him and built a big brick wall in front of him so he could never get out. They then abandoned him and his body is still there today.
Justice for him, man.
This is why you should be scared of that one person you're talking to online that you're about to meet in real life. Blanca Arellano, a 51-year-old Mexican woman, was looking for love. She met a Peruvian man named Juan Villafuerte on an online gaming app. And on the last day of October, she traveled 3,000 miles to Lima, Peru to meet him. She thought that he could be the one. On November 7th, while in the beach city of Huacho, where Villafuerte lived, Blanca spoke to her niece on the phone and told her that the relationship was going well and that she was in love. Then she went silent. Her niece suspected something was wrong after not being able to get into contact with her. She called for help on Twitter and reached out to Juan Villafuerte, who said that Blanca got bored of him and left to find a plane ticket back to Mexico, as he could not provide the life she wanted. But the truth was much, much darker. On November 10th, Peruvian authorities found a severed finger on the beach of Huacho. Then in the following days, they found a faceless head, and then an arm, and then a torso with no organs inside of it. They eventually identified Blanca Arellano via her family by the ring on her finger. Juan Villafuerte was arrested on charges of human organs trafficking. Authorities found traces of blood all over his apartment, and he reportedly posted TikTok videos of human organs days after Blanca's disappearance.
Careful who you're talking to, man. You never know.
This is a true horrifying story, part 25. Warning. This is not a joke. The information that's going to be shared is dangerous and life-threatening. Do not, under any circumstance, commit the actions that will be narrated. This is the world's most dangerous book ever, Shams al-Nahar. This book was written by Ahmed al-Buni in the 17th century. But technically, the author of this book is not a human being. I never did and will never read this book. And this is your second warning. Do not read this book. Ahmed al-Buni practiced black magic, and he was in contact with the most powerful jinns and demons before he passed away. The jinns were the authors of this book. The elder generations, like our moms and dads, have heard about this book, and they were warned by it. There are thousands of horrifying stories of people who read this book. Shams al-Ma'arif explains everything about black magic, how to get in touch with the world of jinns, how to marry a jinn, and the sacrifices you have to do for the devil, and much more. Unfortunately, this book can be easily found online. One day, a Saudi Arabian man that read hundreds of books for a living decided to read this book specifically out of interest and love for all books, without fearing the consequences behind it. He reached the chapter that teaches readers how to get married to a female jinn. He laughed about it. He tried the ritual to experiment it. The first night after finishing the whole book and completing the marriage ritual, he felt someone breathing next to his face. And on the second night, he felt a hand touching his feet. And on the third night, he heard her voice. The man was officially locked in a marriage with a demon. 5 years go by. He met a normal, beautiful woman that he fell in love with, and they both decided to get married a week before the wedding day. The bride, the bride's parents, and the groom's parents all passed and died in 3 different car crashes. These are the consequences behind this book. And it's also known from many stories of people that have died from reading the first few pages. If you don't finish reading the book, you will get killed. All my stories, all of them, are true incidents that happened one time only. But this book is a product that is permanently available online. I beg you, do not go anywhere near Shams al-Ma'arif. This video is to educate you on the dangers behind this book. Do not go anywhere close to the world of jinns.
I won't.
Let's talk about the 2-year-old who lost his life at Disney World after a gator attacked him. So here we have 2-year-old Lane Graves. He and his family were from Nebraska, and in 2016 they traveled down to Florida to go to Disney World. On June 15th at around 8 o'clock, the family heads down to Seven Seas Lagoon, where they're screening Zootopia. A little bit about this lagoon. It was man-made, and they had always had an issue of stray gators getting in the water and staying there. On this specific day, at least 2 people had told employees that they had seen a gator in the lagoon area, and they did nothing, or it was too late, as one of them came even an hour before the attack happened. So Lane is on the beach playing around, building sandcastles and such in just inches of water, and when he bends down to get more, a gator comes rushing up out of the water and grabs him by his head. Lane's dad sees it happen and he rushes over, trying to pry Lane's head out of the gator's jaws. Unfortunately, he can't get Lane free, and the gator drags him further out into deeper water. Witnesses say that they saw the gator 20 miles from shore with the boy's feet sticking out from the water. The next day, Lane's body would be found with bites all over him, and experts would go on to call it a predatory attack. They'd also go on to say that they're certain that they tracked down the gator that did this and euthanized it. At the time, the only signs posted were no swimming signs. Now they've posted these signs. Lane's family chose not to sue, and in 2021, 5 years after the attack, in that time, 250 gators had been removed from Disney properties.
Here are some interesting things that I don't think you've heard before. This is a graphic that shows the proportion of words spoken by male versus female characters in Best Picture Oscar winners. And you can see in the pink color, that's women speaking, compared to the green color, which is men speaking. I don't know about this one, but apparently a guy made a Tinder profile writing that he had a criminal record for abusing women and then got 800 matches in 48 hours. Oh boy. The hand in this Titanic scene was not actually Kate Winslet's, it was James Cameron's, because he wanted the hand to look exactly a specific way. In 1945, the adult literacy rate in South Korea was about 22%. And then by the 1980s, the literacy rate went up to 93%. So this man was bird watching in Central Park when a woman comes up with her dog off her leash and then accuses him of attacking her. He caught that moment on camera, and the viralness of this video allowed him to create his own bird-watching show. And the show won an Emmy. We don't know who voices Bluey and Bingo. They are real child voice actors, but they've been kept secret from everybody in the world.
2025 just got even crazier. Part 49. So, a 52-year-old woman living in the Netherlands has been experiencing a rare condition for around 40 years, where she would look at somebody's face, and their face would slowly warp into a dragon-like face. And the scary part is, she said she stayed quiet about this for most of her life. Until everything became exhausting after people's faces were literally changing into dragons all the time. But apparently she did receive treatment and the hallucinations have nearly disappeared. Next, I'm sure we all know that in Nepal, Gen Z came together to protest the government's ban on social media they had in place and caused the Prime Minister to flee and resign. And Gen Z then held a whole election on Discord and elected the first female Prime Minister of Nepal. And she was elected on Discord.
They are convinced they found a real-life skinwalker and there is proof.
What the?
Nobody in there though. Look at them. Nobody's in those stalls, bro. I'm out.
There's nobody in here.
Skinwalkers are known to apparently mimic people's words, especially that of the last victim that they took. Although there's little to no evidence of skinwalkers, there's videos like this that do exist, so do you think they're real or not?
Here's why Michael Jackson is actually still alive. Michael Jackson was reported dead on June 25th, 2009. But in 2018, Drake made a song with him called Don't Matter to Me. Although it was released in 2018, the song was actually recorded in 1983. The problem is, Drake wasn't even alive till 1986. MJ was also spotted in the back of his daughter's van in 2016. You can clearly see it's him in this photo. You can also see him exiting the ambulance that his dead body was supposed to be in when they arrived at the hospital. If you look closely, you can see somebody is helping a man exit the ambulance. And there's been multiple photos of MJ leaked this year of him wearing a mask. Comment if you think he's still alive.
I guys can give me if you can tell how that theory, conspiracy theory, man, is still going to this day, bro. You know, then they have the Mike movie that's coming out this year, bro. I seen clips of Michael Jackson impersonators. Maybe that's why people keep getting confused, man. A couple of clips of them mad about the movie, bro. Crazy.
The average person has about 6,000 thoughts per day, and according to psychologists, about 80% of them are negative. Hear me out. Expressing gratitude towards loved ones gives you an immediate increase in happiness. And if you don't believe me, go try it, and then try to come back here and tell me I'm wrong. Social rejection can feel like physical pain, and I, for one, am a firm believer in the research that shows that acetaminophen, like Tylenol, can actually dull this pain as it would a headache. Married people are more likely to self-pleasure than people who live alone, okay? So just keep that one in mind. Humans have this automatic reaction to default to assume somebody is telling the truth, and we will automatically second-guess ourselves the moment somebody disagrees, which is why gaslighting can be so dangerous. Having backup plans can actually hinder your main goal. Having a plan B makes it much less likely for plan A to succeed, because in your head you're like, oh, well, I have plan B to fall back on. No, you gotta have plan A if you really want it to go. Sarcasm kind of gets a bad rap for being like rude or negative, but it can actually increase your creativity and encourage abstract thought, especially when you're using it with people that you trust. Nowadays, the average high schooler has about the same level of anxiety as a 1950s psychiatric patient, and honestly, I'm not sure what that means about today's society or about how they treated psychiatric patients.
He had his dog's features transplanted onto his own face. Rodrigo Braga was from Brazil, and he was an artist known for blurring the line between human and animal. In 2004, Rodrigo wanted to pay tribute to his dog who had passed away, and he figured the best way to go about this would be to transplant his dog's features onto his face. This included the dog's mouth, ears, and eyes. Once the photo of Rodrigo's face with his dog's features made it onto the internet, many people believed that this was actually real, while others thought it was just an edit made on Photoshop. Rodrigo didn't use his actual face. He made a realistic replica of his face and used the corpse of a deceased dog. Since Rodrigo is an artist, this was all a part of an art project, and he has a website where he shows a series of images of his interesting work. Many users have expressed their anger that an innocent dog's features were used as an art project. Rodrigo stated, in addition to the dog already being deceased, that an animal shelter is the one who provided him with the dog. The surgery was done by a licensed veterinarian under controlled ethical conditions. Rodrigo simply wanted the image to be symbolic as an exploration of grief, identity, and the human desire to reconnect.
These are 8 horrifying facts that will probably keep you up at night. In ancient Rome, soldiers used to drink fresh, warm blood to cure epilepsy. There are antidepressants that eliminate someone's ability to feel love and compassion. The Exorcist movie resulted in many of its cast dying, including 2 actors whose characters died in the movie. In 2017, an asteroid named AG-13 passed by our home planet with less than the distance of the moon. Scientists saw it coming only 2 days before it could have hit Earth. One of the most haunted dolls is Robert. It belonged to a child named Eugene in 1904. The 2 most dangerous books are called Shams al-Ma'arif and Al-Ghazali. They carry rituals for summoning demons. In ancient England, people used tops of hollowed human skulls to drink and eat. At Harvard University, there's a book bound in human skin, like for Part 6.
Staying away from that book as well, bro.
The Mountain Dew conspiracy theory is bizarre. So there's been a viral conspiracy theory going around the internet on how every time Mountain Dew launches a new flavor, it's followed by a tragic event. Because it all started in 2001 when Mountain Dew released the flavor Code Red. And after they released this flavor in May, just 4 months after, the tragic 9/11 event happened. However, following this, 5 months after they released the iconic Baja Blast flavor in 2004, the devastating Boxing Day tsunami hit the Indian Ocean, which took the lives of 220,000 people. And now, moving on to 2008, when they released the Mountain Dew Voltage, was around the same time when the 2008 financial crisis happened. And I can't forget that in 2019, Mountain Dew released Maui Burst, and in 2023, the devastating Maui fires happened. Now, that is a stretch, but in 2024, they released Star Spangled Splash, just months after the Baltimore Bridge collapse. Now, this is just a conspiracy theory, so don't think about it too much, but just remember the next time Mountain Dew releases a flavor, maybe.
You're 100% right. The 12 Guardians of the Dark Tower are 10 times stronger than Pennywise, and it's not even close. For reference, the Dark Tower is what holds up all of reality in Stephen King's universe. And without this Dark Tower, all reality will collapse. That's exactly where the 12 Guardians come in. They're the ones protecting each side of the beam to make sure nothing goes wrong and the tower is never broken. Comprised of Materna, massive cyborg bear, absolutely jacked elephant, disgustingly scary wolf, eagle, a massive lion, dog, horse, scary-ass rat, fish, finally a bat, and a rabbit. Look, I gotta be honest, there's also someone even more devious than those 12 Guardians themselves. And that would be the Crimson King. His sole goal is the top of the beams, destroying all of the creatures. And of course, ensuing all types of destruction. Because as I said, once that beam falls, and all the Guardians are gone, all of reality crumbles. Just for reference, Bro is so powerful he can reach across timelines. That is Pennywise Fitness. Meanwhile, snuck through the void. All to dash space. To generalize as a small opening space in between the beams. Technically, since it's Stephen King's universe, they're all connected. Everyone technically comes from the same place. The lore just keeps getting crazier.
Y'all won't believe what Disney is doing to Jamie Lee Curtis right now. We got Jamie Lee cannons before GTA 6. So in an attempt to market the new Freakier Friday movie, Disney has decided to get a little freakier with Jamie Lee Curtis. You see, recently Disney has been posting thirst traps at Jamie Lee Curtis on their social medias. And because of these thirst traps, people are learning 2 very big things about Jamie Lee Curtis that they did not know before. And the comments on these thirst traps are showing that everyone is loving it. I legitimately think that it might be the funniest comment section I've ever seen.
This serial killer wax museum is something straight out of nightmares. So I was recently traveling throughout Italy, and while in Florence, Italy, I came across a serial killer wax museum. The place is literally called the Florence Serial Killer Museum. And if you visit this museum, you will see wax figures of some of the most horrible people that have ever walked the face of the earth. This includes the monster of Florence, Pietro Pacciani, famous, I guess, Italian serial killers who I had never heard of, and various other serial killers from throughout Europe. They even had a wax figure of James Holmes, the Dark Knight theater shooting. This whole experience was incredibly disturbing for me. I actually visited this location as a part of a documentary that I was filming. And I can honestly say that I have never seen anything quite like this. I also learned a lot of stories while there, like the story of this woman who actually killed 3 women in Italy and turned one of them, at least one of them, into bars of soap. They had an Ed Gein exhibit. And yeah, after doing some further research, this place is incredibly controversial in Italy. And yet when I visited, it was very busy. I cannot honestly say that I've ever seen something quite like this. but this is video proof that this place does exist, and it is in Florence, Italy.
Talk about one of the scariest videos out on the internet. Today we're talking the video where a bride was sadly shot on her wedding day. Here we have the beautiful bride, a 39-year-old Gladys Reichert, on September 26th of 1999. She's in her home in Ridgefield, New Jersey, and she's getting ready for her wedding day. She's hanging out with friends and family. You can see this video here being taken by the wedding photographer. She's getting married to James Preston Jr., and while all this was happening, he was over at a church in Queens, New York, waiting for his bride to arrive. And then the moment shot Gladys 3 times, once in the head, upper arm, and her spine. Her brother tackled Augustine and held him at gunpoint until the police came. So Augustine and Gladys had dated for like 7 years, and Gladys discovered that Augustine was cheating on her with her best friend, so she called it off. She broke up with him, and then he handled it awfully, as you can tell. Gladys moved on, and Augustine could not move on. He stalked Gladys for weeks and weeks, and pretty much had the mindset, if he couldn't have Gladys, no one could. I can't even imagine how awful it would be for her family or friends, and also her soon-to-be husband, who's waiting in the church for his bride to get there, and then find out that she's now been shot and is dead. Augustine was sentenced to life in prison with a chance of parole after 31 years and 4 months. Gladys was buried in her wedding dress, and I hope she's resting in peace, because what happened to her is super scary. Weirdest kid stories ever, part 26. Next up, we got the toy monsters. So pretty much these little plush stuffed animal thingies, and you push it, and it gives like a little message, says something funky, yeah. But there became a pretty big uproar about these toys, because one dude went to the store, picked one of them up, squeezed them, and noticed that it was saying something pretty weird. Something that sounded like, turn off the TV and watch the baby. I'll play the video.
What? I heard a little bit what it said, but I couldn't make it out.
And what you're looking at here is the greatest gift the Hmong people have given us, other than Sunili. This is the Hmong dog, or the Hmong bobtail dog, or as I call him, the Meow Wolf. Because if the question is cat or dog and you can't commit, a puppy cat might be in your future. The pride of the Hmong people of Southeast Asia was forged in the mountains of Vietnam, likely while the Hmong pieced out of China for reasons. Some say this dog was a result of Chinese bobtails getting nasty with Vietnam jackals, and the resulting Hmong dog was used for hunting and guarding. Now you might ask what this cat dog could possibly guard you from other than low dopamine. Well, they're a lot tougher than you think, and they've been used by Vietnamese police as sniffing dogs, so if you try to bring some BS into their borders, you will have to see a professional snitch about it. Another thing is that their hunting history means they do not rock with cats, and yeah, that just sounds like a dog thing, but their prey drive means a cat can breathe, and a Hmong pup will take it personally. It'll go from cat to casualty real fast, and for a dog that looks feline in the face, that's probably why they're on site. They clock the fake, and one thing they don't tolerate is an imposter among us. But obviously, if you socialize them and know what you're getting into, they can be a great addition to your house. You might even get a Zui. Zui is a Hmong dog that went viral for... Well, I mean, how could this raccoon corgi not? Also, correct me if I'm wrong, I just might be, but apparently his name means raccoon. God bless this benevolent loaf of bread. And shout out to the Hmong people for baking him, the more you know.
She had a plan to end her husband's life because he was touching children at their daycare facility. James Williams Jr. was a part of the U.S. Marine Corps from 1983 to 1987 and became an officer with the Baltimore Police Department from 1996 to 2005. Once he retired, he started working with his wife, Shantiri Weems, at the daycare that she owned. Shantiri was the owner of Kids Castle, which was a popular daycare center in Baltimore, and James was a bus driver. Once James started working there, Shantiri felt like she was providing a level of security with James's background that many other daycares wouldn't have. Eventually, Shantiri started to hear rumors that her husband, James, was essaying some of the children at their daycare, and when she confronted him about it, he of course denied it. She wanted to believe that her husband would never do something like that, so she just pushed the rumors aside and moved on. That was until one of the parents of the victims confronted Shantiri and told her that it was James, and she could just tell from the parents' eyes that she was not lying, and she believed her. At that very moment, the world had just collapsed. On July 21st of 2022, Shantiri drove to a hotel in Washington, D.C. to meet with James for what he thought was going to be a romantic time together. At 7:30 p.m., shots rang on the 8th floor and police were immediately called to the hotel. Once police arrived to the hotel room, the door was barricaded and they could hear Shantiri inside saying that she had just shot her husband. After an hour-long standoff, they went inside and found James with a gunshot wound to his leg and neck. James was rushed to the hospital. He was still alive with serious injuries. Officers arrested Shantiri, and as they were searching her bag, they found a notebook outlined with a plan to shoot James. Although Shantiri had never been in trouble with the law before, the judge found her guilty and sentenced her to 4 years in prison. Once James was in court, he denied all of those allegations, but once they looked at his search history, it was a completely different story. Ultimately, prosecutors charged James with 33 counts of child SA. On April 14th of 2025, James was sentenced.
It's very important, and you definitely needed to know this. There's a mystery man or woman who has been pooping in golf holes at a golf club in Norway since 2005. I know, my instant reaction was, why don't they have security cameras? Apparently, the golf club refused to have security cameras on the premise, so they have resorted to motion sensor spotlights to try and catch the pooper. It's a little fishy that they don't want security cameras up. I think it's one of the owners of the club. It's gotta be. There was a couple in Florida who was arrested for selling golden tickets to heaven. They sold the tickets for $99.99, told the buyers that the tickets were made from solid gold, and the husband of the couple, quote, said, "I do not care what the police say. The tickets are solid gold. It was Jesus who gave them to me behind the KFC and told me to sell them so I could get me some money to go outer space." This keeps going. I met an alien named Stevie who said if I got the cash together, he would take me and my wife on his flying saucer to his planet that is made entirely of drugs. You should arrest Jesus because he's the one that gave me the golden tickets. I'm willing to wear a wire and set Jesus up. The police said that they confiscated over $10,000 in cash, drugs, and a baby alligator. Why was why am I Florida? Okay.
Here's some
Weird
theories that may actually be true. Part 2. In Monsters, Inc., there's a scene where all the monsters at the sushi restaurant get scared by a kid. It's assumed that all the chaos was caused by Boo, but what if I told you that this may not be the case? While being interviewed, a few monsters stated their experiences. One claimed to see a flying baby shooting cars with its laser vision. Another claims that the kid used telekinesis to shake them aggressively. This sounds like an exaggerated story, but these monsters almost perfectly describe some of the powers of Jack Jack, the youngest child in The Incredibles. There are many scenes where Jack Jack teleports, but we never see where he goes. He also demonstrates his laser vision and mind powers as described from the monsters. It's possible that Jack Jack teleported to the universe where Monsters, Inc. takes place.
I didn't even think about that.
Houston, Texas? It is a beautiful city. But the video I just came across is something straight out of Jumanji. A woman was driving down a regular street in Houston, Texas, when she saw a black panther. You heard what I said, a black panther. Take a look at this. Like I said, straight out of Jumanji. Houston, Texas. What is going on down there? Here is the photo zoomed in on, so you can actually see that. Always, I'd love to hear from you.
Oh, it's officially over, but probably not for the reason you think, so stick with me. Obviously, from lyrics that relate to the girl that passed away, or someone with the same name, photos, matching tattoos, the body in the car, police search now, blah blah blah, the list goes on, which of course has everybody at the moment in James Stokes mode. But there's been a few developments. So they've actually said on a number of sources that David is not a suspect. But why? Well, there is. They haven't announced exactly who it is, but I mean, it's pretty obvious. But days ago, another video emerged showing the Tesla car key outside of his house in a drain. A lot of people have been saying this could be a publicity stunt of this person just trying to get views though, but I don't know. Major news though came with leaks from Discord chats and other things that have been put out there, with reports of him loving to watch Live Leak and laughing at it and basically singing about it or something. So leaked Discord chats where he had this community where apparently he would only allow under certain people and would watch some pretty interesting things. I mean, these are some of the comments that you can see. People are now freaking out as they have no doubt that he obviously did this. He's cancelled his tour and he's probably going to be arrested very soon. With some of these headlines coming out, people are just a little bit thrown at the moment. But it keeps getting crazier, so hit that follow button and I'll keep you updated.
That is one of the most craziest cases up to date that's happening right now. It's like so many kind of allegedly, you know, the connections that people are seeing. Like you said, it has them in James Stokes mode.
Tell us what's going to happen before it happens.
Check this out. Same connection with what happened with Charlie Kirk and a movie that came out in 1998. So the movie is called Snake Eyes and it starred Nicolas Cage. And the movie was about a man named Charles Kirkland who got shot in the neck at a event.
just like what just happened.
In the first 10 seconds of the movie, there is a sign for this event, and it says that it takes place on September 10th. So in this movie,
It gets crazy.
the killer killed Charles Kirkland on September 10th, which is when our Charlie Kirk got killed.
Whoa.
It gets even crazier because the killer in this movie is called the Executioner, and he is a distraction for the person who actually did the killing of Charles Kirkland. And get this, the person who took the rap for it in the movie's name is Tyler.
The same name of the guy who did it in real life.
You know, the same thing that happened to Charlie Kirk. Tyler Robinson. And on the box for this movie, and on the trailer of this movie, underneath where it says Snake Eyes, it says, "Believe everything but your eyes."
Right in front of us.
What is happening?
Oh, this cannot be happening. The University of Tennessee will now be offering a GTA 6 class starting January next year. Now, the full title of the course is called Grand Theft America, U.S. History since 19 through the GTA video games. And it will be taught by an actual history professor named Torcy Olson. And this isn't just for fun or some joke. The professor said that he wants to establish this as a serious college class that will handle weighty and difficult topics. He said in his class he takes seriously GTA's fictional representation of the United States, and that he will be using the GTA world as a serious framing device for a history class that examines what's actually taking place in the United States over the last half-century. My Bachelor's of Grand Theft Auto is crazy.
So the rap?
It really is, man. Imagine going to class. So what class you going to today, man? I'm going to Grand Theft Auto class, bro. That sounds like something, man, somebody was saying of a movie or TV show, bro. But a Grand Theft Auto class, I wonder how the people, man, were going to pass that with flying colors, bro.
Is back on schedule. And I don't want y'all to get on here and say the pastor was wrong for telling people the rapture was going to be September 23rd. Because he wasn't. Allegedly. See, it's a little deeper than you think. See, where everybody went wrong was September 23rd on the Gregorian calendar is the September 23rd we're thinking. No, but what he was talking about was September 23rd on a Julian calendar. That's the calendar that they're saying that Jesus used. The Julian calendar. So in all actuality, the rapture allegedly is going to be on October the 7th or the 8th. You ain't just hear what I said, right? They were using the wrong calendar. Get it? So for all the people that gave away their cars, their houses, their money, their children, don't feel bad. You just gave them away at the wrong time. You were supposed to give them away next month instead of this month. Rapture Talk is back with a vengeance. They are talking about the Julian calendar. Now, I'm not making fun of anybody. I just want you to know that if you do see people flying in the sky, if you do see people ascend, don't be surprised. October 7th, October 8th. I'm out.
New Jersey.
I got mark those these down.
No! Our buddy Daniel, who does a lot of like cinematography stuff for like 3-letter agencies. Yeah, we set this like convention thing. There's a company out of New Jersey that showed up to do a demo with us today. They have developed a flying drone car and are the cause of all the UFO hysteria a few months back. The guy who piloted the car/drone told me this, that they don't have to disclose these tests under certain protection that covers technology for companies awarded government contracts, i.e. Lockheed Martin and Colonel Roswell. You watch the video, that's exactly what people are saying in New Jersey. Yes! He also sent a picture of, it's a giant drone that releases smaller drones.
Damn.
Dude, this is iRobot. They literally, legally, did not have to disclose what they were doing because of government contracts. I think they were freaking out all the press they were getting.
Are they surveilling people with these drones, or they?
That's such a good question, because if they don't have to disclose their flight logs, what they're doing as they test, well, what if it's a recon drone?
Oh, fuck no. Y'all, what the hell is going on at this ceremony? At the Charlie Kirk ceremony, y'all? This shit is weird to me. It's not weird to y'all? What else do y'all notice that's weird to y'all about this picture? You can't make this shit up, y'all. This shit is weird. I seen the video and I can't find it no more. I should have saved that junk. But look at Elon Musk's left hand. Look at that junk.
Okay.
What do y'all notice about Elon's left hand? This shit is weird, fool. Look at buddy right here. He looking like, hey, I'm noticing the same shit. So I'm not gonna say what it is. Y'all let me know down below in the comments. What the f is wrong with this picture? I'm just sitting here like, bruh. If y'all don't know this, I can't see for y'all. I know what my eyes see. Y'all tell me what y'all eyes see. And yes, this is a real picture, fool. I'm not gonna lie, y'all. That shit right there don't look normal.
740. There's a surgery so incredibly bizarre that's called tooth and eye surgery. Known medically as osteoodontokeratoprosthesis, it's a last resort operation for people with severe corneal blindness. Surgeons remove one of the patient's canine teeth, root and jawbone included, hollow it out, and fit it with a tiny plastic lens. The bizarre implant is first stitched underneath the skin of the cheek for months, where it swells, fuses with flesh, and even grows its own blood supply before it's transplanted into the blind eye. Surgeons describe the moment of implantation as one of the most surreal in medicine, sliding a blood-soaked tooth back out of the cheek and into the empty cornea. The body is far less likely to reject the implant if it's made from the patient's own living tissue, making a tooth the ideal durable anchor. The result is an unsettling image, a tooth visibly embedded in the white of the eye with the lens peeking through like a peephole, but it's restored vision to people thought to be permanently blind, sometimes after decades in darkness.
Whoa.
Oh, real venom is on Earth now.
Yeah.
In Panama.
This one's going viral on TikTok. A little meteorite rock, right?
Yeah.
And it actually landed. The guy that found it, he kept vlogging about it. Puts it on like a safe, and every day he vlogs it.
Yeah.
Man, it's turning into like a fungus. The third day, he opened the safe. It was just like webs.
That Loki got predicted because there was a movie a while ago, literally about bacteria that was in space.
We're looking at the first proof of life beyond Earth.
You finally a daddy. It's gonna be a big custody battle over this one.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Oh no.
I think it's finally safe to say. That guy you were on the train with was weird and smelled like beef tacos. Right. Some of us are reptiles. That guy you went to that convenience store down in the south and you said, I swear to God, them reptiles are real, I think them. He was also right. I'm here, baby. I ain't going nowhere.
You see, I wasn't even gonna do this video, but recently, everywhere I turn, I'm starting to see reptilian shit. And over 5 months, I ain't really just watched TV, but the whole 30 minutes that I sat down and I watched TV, the commercials and all, like the new Mountain Dew commercial, I'll do a video for that too. I'm seeing reptilian stuff everywhere. What is really going on? What are they really trying to show us or tell us? But I mean, if you know, you know. You heard what he said. A lot of people been already saying it. Let thee who have eyes see clearly. You did.
Jami just...
And that's freaking people in those reptilian costumes, man. Like, what happens if they're like trying to pull like a 5,000 IQ play series? Like, stay with me. What happens if people, they just like, because when I saw that, obviously that's like I think a guy in a costume, right? So people, they're just gonna brush it off, be like, that's just a guy in a costume. But what happens if it's really real though? And just because we just can't accept it as true, we just really not, that's a guy in a costume, man. So they really like just like blending in right in front of us. We would have no idea. I mean, that's just a crazy theory. I just thought of.
Built a factory that operates 24/7 in complete darkness with 0 human workers and can produce 1 smartphone every single second through total automation. This revolutionary dark factory uses advanced robotics, AI-controlled quality systems, and autonomous transportation networks to manufacture phones without any human intervention whatsoever. The facility features their patented SkyRail overhead transport system and smart ground vehicles that move components with precision while maintaining micron-level dust filtering. The factory operates in darkness because no human workers need lighting, with intelligent machines handling everything from component assembly to quality testing around the clock. This represents the full realization of Industry 4.0 manufacturing, eliminating labor costs, human error, and production delays while achieving maximum efficiency levels. The continuous operation means consistent product quality, faster innovation cycles, and potentially lower consumer prices due to dramatically reduced manufacturing costs. Xiaomi positions this as just the beginning of their exploration into the future, suggesting this technology will expand across more product lines and potentially other manufacturers. This achievement demonstrates how human presence becomes counterproductive to optimal efficiency. When factories can operate more effectively without any humans at all, what happens to the millions of manufacturing jobs worldwide?
No work.
Genius people who beat the system. A teacher required students to make a cover letter and a resume of their favorite Marvel character pretending to be them. And one genius student says, I'm gonna pick Groot because all he says is, I am Groot. And so that's what he put for quite literally everything. A mom decided to lock her kid's phone in a bottom drawer because he was misbehaving. But then her son realized all he had to do was take out the top drawer and he could get his phone. A dad decided to put a camera in the living room to make sure his daughter wasn't gonna have any parties while he was gone. But his daughter said, not today, buckaroo. And then she did this. That's a genius solution, I'm not gonna lie. This sign says parking for green vehicles only, and I think this guy might have taken it a little too serious. Don't do that. Don't do that. This guy was playing on his Xbox when his mom told him to go play outside, so he's outside.
Starbucks
Genius.
is officially shutting down. And after months of so many people boycotting Starbucks, it finally worked. There are literally thousands of stores are shutting down right this second. However, a lot of people, including the workers, are very mad that this is happening, as now a lot of these workers have been let go with barely any notice. And although I will never go to Starbucks because I'm not paying $10 for a Frappuccino, because that is the most worstest way to spend money ever. However, now even more worse, the CEO has responded to why they are shutting down Starbucks. Just to remind you, this is the CEO. Remember, this guy used to be the CEO of Chipotle, where he told us just ask for more.
All you got to do is kind of like, and usually our guys give them a little more scoop.
And now it completely makes sense to me why they are shutting down over 1,000 Starbucks. And although sadly not every single Starbucks is closing down, even more worse, where Starbucks is spending over $1 billion just to close stores down. And even more insane, not only is it 400 stores closing down, but it is 900 corporate employees. Mind you, is literally only 1%. Check into your local store to see if it is shutting down. Are you happy or sad that Starbucks is shutting down?
Kids' toys
They shutting down?
ended up being banned. Okay, who remembers Tarzan? In 1999, the new Tarzan doll was brought out, and it caused havoc. And it caused havoc because it was designed to make these jungle calls. And whilst Tarzan was making the jungle calls, both of his hands would go up and down to his crotch. So then dolls got recalled, but what they actually did was they redesigned the doll. They redesigned it so it still made that jungle call, but his hands would only go as far as his waist. Naughty, naughty. Next up we have Austin's Magic Pistols. Now these were designed in the 70s, and they would actually fire out a ping pong ball 70 feet. And they would use a combination of different chemicals. But what they didn't realise is these chemicals that they used, combined with water, caused them to explode. So you imagine kids out in the streets playing with these, and it starts to rain. Yeah, they got banned. Last on the list, we have Baby's First Baby. Yes, you heard that right. This was a pregnant baby doll that was designed with a fetus that was also pregnant for children. As you can imagine, these were met with a little bit of disbelief, and therefore they were pulled off the shelves and no more were ever made.
Been so
What ideas was that?
time travelers. Did you see the one about the guy at the Mike Tyson fight?
No, what about it?
There's this picture that was taken in 1996. It was at a Mike Tyson heavyweight fight in Las Vegas. So in the stands, you could see there's this guy who is holding up a camera phone, recording the fight in 1996. There's been a million people who have tried to debunk this and say it's this camera that came out that looked like a phone, or it's this camera. None of it ended up being true. None of it was able to be validated. It looked like a Samsung Galaxy from like 2014, and it is the craziest thing ever. Most of the time I don't believe conspiracy theories and stuff like that, but when I look at this one, there is no other explanation other than it being a smartphone.
Time travel confirmed. side by side. They're trying to say Tony Romo's a skinwalker now or something?
So as if these storms, these floods, and these typhoons weren't enough, Thailand just got slammed with something straight out of a disaster movie. A giant sinkhole opened up in the middle of Bangkok, and not just anywhere, y'all. This is their main hospital. This is crazy. Look at this. So think about that, y'all. You've already got people dealing with the aftermath of the heavy floods, the rain, the typhoons, the wind, and now this is happening at your main hospital. So all your doctors, your nurses, your patients, they're pretty much stuck in one place right now, and nobody can get in and out. That is crazy, y'all. This thing is sinking so fast.
It is. Insanity, bro.
Oh my goodness. That's insane. And he's a very serendipitous synchronicity, because I saw a TikTok today about how the healthcare system is such a scam, and now the universe is responding by telling y'all it's going down. This is crazy. Literally. People be asking me, what does the shift exactly contain? And this is part of the shift over here. The weather patterns, things with politics, things changing with celebrities, people finding out about the food system. Everything is corrupted. Everything is a scam. This is all part of the shift. So all I'm saying is, just like the Hopi prophecy, people are living different realities, because there are people who are experiencing it and there are people who are literally gliding through in life. Which one are you, y'all? I'm letting y'all know. All of Asia going through this right now currently, y'all. Coincidence or not, let me know what you guys think about this video. Let's continue to get it.
Signs that you or your friends are serial killers. Number 1, antisocial behavior. Number 2, setting things on fire. It doesn't have to be houses. Number 3, torturing animals. Number 4, having a troubled family history and substance abuse. Number 5, they're pretty smart but cannot keep a job. Do you know anyone that could be a serial killer?
Here's some of the most random fun facts you will ever hear in your life. Armadillo shells are actually bulletproof. One time a man was hospitalized when he shot at an armadillo and the bullet ricocheted off the shell and hit him instead. There's only one letter in the entire alphabet that isn't in any US state name, and that letter is Q. There's not a single state with the letter Q in its name.
Really?
71% of the earth is covered in water, and humans can only use 0.007% of that water. 2.5% of the total water is fresh water, and only 1% of that is actually accessible. The bumblebee bat is the smallest mammal in the entire world. These things can rest on your fingertips and you might not even know, because they weigh 0.05 to 0.07 ounces. Ostriches are the world's largest and heaviest living bird. That's why they can't fly, but they are built for running, and they can reach speeds of up to 43 miles per hour, and they can pretty easily coast at 30 miles per hour. The longest English word is 189,819,000 letters long. It's a protein and its nickname is titin, and it would take around 3.5 hours to say the word out loud.
The hell?
People who gained real-life superpowers after an accident. Jason Padgett was a party animal who hated school and got terrible grades. But one day, 2 men savagely robbed and attacked Jason outside of a karaoke bar, leaving him with a severe concussion. The concussion caused him to become a mathematical genius and made him learn fractal geometry, which he had never been taught before. When Derek Amato was 39 years old, he hit his head after diving into a swimming pool and was diagnosed with a concussion and 35% hearing loss. After that, Derek began to see black and white keys in his head, and out of nowhere, he began to play the piano like an expert. Ben McMahon was in a car accident in 2015 and fell into a coma for a week. When he woke up, he could speak perfect Chinese even though he had only learned the basics as a child. Tony Cicerio was struck by lightning after making a call in a phone booth. Within a couple days, he was addicted to music, which he wasn't before. After trying the piano, he became a musical artist, composing his own music.
This mother hits the...
Man, what is up, man? These freak accidents, bro. Like, it really sounded like something out of a comic book, man. You know, something traumatic happens to them. They wake up with new abilities or powers or something like that. Can't believe those stories, man. Are real. We'll have to check them out, see if we can find any more.
Sticky notes in her daughter's sock to be saved from captivity. This 28-year-old mother and two kids, 7-year-old daughter and a 4-year-old son, Mason Dominguez, were held captive by a man named Brandon Tusland. This all started in January 2021 when the father of the two kids, Eli Dominguez, passed away from pneumonia. The mother was happily married to Eli, but since his death, she began to struggle financially. That's when Eli's former friend, Brandon, offered to support her and her two kids. In March 2021, the mother and two kids moved into Brandon's home, and that's when he became controlling and abusive. He alienated her from her family, made her quit her job, and confiscated her phone. He put locks on the bedroom doorknobs, installed motion sensors, and duct taped her to the bed. She was also handcuffed when she rode in the car with him. But one day, the mother spotted a sticky notepad and a pen in his car, and that's when she began a weeks-long plan to seek help. The mother found the perfect chance to put a sticky note in her daughter's sock, and on February 22nd at 8:40 a.m., the 7-year-old girl went to school and gave the sticky note to her teacher. The note said that her mother was being held against her will and she needed help right away. School officials notified authorities and Brandon was arrested right away. But it doesn't end there. This is when things get super disturbing. Brandon kept her kids away from her most of the time, and especially when she was locked up. And she actually had not seen her 4-year-old son, Mason Dominguez, since December 11th. And she suspected he was dead. When the mother lost full contact with her son, she knew she had to find a way out to save her and her daughter. When police searched his house, they found the remains of 4-year-old Mason Dominguez in his freezer in his garage.
Just a dark case seekers, man. She was smart.
Attached to your phobia. Thalassophobia.
Level 1. It's good. I'm still good right now. It's kind of scary. Could you imagine being out there? Yeah, I can't do that. Damn.
These toy designers messed up big time. I'm pretty sure there was a better spot to put this straw on Buzz Lightyear. Come on. And I've never seen a duck with 4 legs before. Have you? I poop glitter. But why is this even a toy? And why this designer made Harry Potter blue? I'll never understand. And this looks like a normal cute horse, right? Well, it actually has a Barbie head as the tail. I'm a sweet baby. Let's have fun together. Yeah, you don't look too sweet. And
What
I think
the
there's
hell?
something up with this Woody doll. And I'm not sure what's going on with this baby's eye.
What the hell is wrong with those toy designers, man? They weren't thinking.
Here are some of the rarest human mutations that actually exist. Firstly, every 1 in 1,000 people have a perfect 10 face, meaning that all of their features fit perfectly within these lines. Now, every 1 in 107 people experience something called mirror touch. It's where you feel the sensation of touch in the same or opposite body part when you see somebody else being touched. Now, 4% of people have something known as sweaty palm syndrome. I'm sure you can guess what that is. It's where your palms sweat when you're not even being active. And the rarest mutation is werewolf syndrome. This is where you have excessive hair growth all over your body. And only 50 people worldwide have this.
This is Tragedy by the Sea.
Werewolf syndrome. Interesting.
Photos of all time. Okay, so first glance at this photo, you just think it's a couple arguing at the beach, right? But believe it or not, this photo might have the most unsettling and disturbing backstory ever. On the morning of April 2nd, 1954, Los Angeles Times photographer named John Gahn, who was pictured in the middle of this photo, was relaxing on his front yard of his beachfront house when he heard a neighbor shout, "Something's happening on the beach." He then instinctively grabbed his camera and rushed over to see the horrified couple clutching each other on the beach. On the shore stood a young couple named Mr. and Mrs. McDonald, and their body language made John's stomach turn. He realized that someone must be lost, and he then took a photograph from 200 yards away. Only then did he learn that just moments before, the couple's 19-month-old son Michael, who had been playing in the yard, had wandered down to the beach and crawled into the violent waters while they weren't looking. Despite the back and forth efforts by the parents, there was nothing they can do but just wait. Unfortunately, later that day, the child's dead body was washed up about a mile away at the beach. And this photo, titled Tragedy by the Sea,
appeared on the front page of the Times the very next day. John Gaunt then won the 1955 Pulitzer Prize Award, calling the photo poignant and profoundly moving. But he also received heavy criticism for capitalizing on the family's tragedy for his photo opportunity. But now take a look at this photo, knowing everything you do, and tell me it's not one of the saddest and most disturbing photos ever.
The darkest conspiracy theories. The Teletubbies theory. The theory says that the show is inspired by historic events that happened in a Bulgarian mental facility. Each Teletubby is inspired by a kid that was experimented on. Lola was based on a child who had facial disfigurement and had to smile all the time. Tinky Winky was based on a deaf child who was tied to a fence outside and suffered frostbite. Gypsy was inspired by a child who was constantly sick and ended up lying in his own puke. And Paul was based on a child who fell into fire, which is recognizable by his color is red.
This 14-year-old boy
adds up.
His 83-year-old neighbor. Viewers' discretion is strongly advised. On August 29th of 2018, 14-year-old Tyrone Harvin told his 83-year-old neighbor, Dorothy Mae Neal, that he would help her with some chores inside of her apartment. Before walking into her apartment, he made sure to grab a handful of condoms. Tyrone did help Dorothy with some chores before attacking her with a lamp. After that, Tyrone S.A'd her, he fled her apartment, and he left her seriously injured on the floor and naked. Neighbors had asked police to do a welfare check on Dorothy since they hadn't seen her around for a couple of days. When officers showed up at her apartment, they noticed dried blood on her doorknob, and that's when they saw Dorothy lying naked on the floor. She was then taken to the University of Maryland Hospital Trauma Unit and unfortunately passed away that next day. When officers were at Dorothy's home, they noticed that there was several condom wrappers around her body as well as used condoms. A broken, bloodied lamp was also found by officers. Dorothy's autopsy revealed that she suffered extensive trauma to her head and genitals. There was DNA on Dorothy's body and in those condoms, and that DNA matched up to Tyrone. Despite all of the evidence, Tyrone's mom stood by his side and truly believed that he would never do something like this. On June 29th of 2022, Tyrone was convicted on first-degree murder, first-degree SA, and use of a deadly weapon. Tyrone was also sentenced to life in prison.
Oh no.
Whole life over. There you
No,
go.
no, 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 silly. To dry it. But it exploded. And they were both found dead.
Here's some
Sounds like
random
an edit.
things we all did as kids. Who remembers pouring glue all over their hand and peeling it off? How satisfying was that?
I
And
remember
we
that.
definitely have all gotten our fingers stuck in one of these at least one time. Who
True.
remembers feeling like the coolest kid with a pencil this small? And we all ran our fingers along these grooves at school. Admit it, we all stabbed our eraser with our pencil like this. And we definitely all unraveled the design of these pencils. And we all dove to the bottom of the pool to pick up these rings. Who remembers using these blocks in school? And we definitely all tried pushing down all of the colors at one time.
Did any of you guys do that, Seekers, in school?
AI
I
is
remember
not
that.
something that's terribly new, but have you heard about the woman that is haunting AI pictures? This is the face, and nobody can explain why she keeps showing up in AI images. If you look at her, she's not really general. I mean, there are specific characteristics here that are consistent. Again, nobody knows which prompts are generating this woman. Nobody knows why her face continues to appear in different models. So this has opened up one of my favorite questions about the idea that AI pictures can be haunted. And don't forget, if things like this are of interest to you, make sure to go check out the podcast.
War generals really decided
Wow.
that Coyote managed to finesse its two biggest enemies, and all they had to do was wait and play the long game. So once upon a time, humanity saw this canyon puppy and decided it was on site ever since. America started murking coyotes like they were made out of oil. Mark Twain hated it so much, he wrote a 3-page 2-page MLA format essay on why coyotes deserve nothing. If you thought Kendrick hated Drake, that is nothing on the abhorrence this man had for a travel-sized wolf. So much that it literally inspired a pain magnet of a Looney Tune. Now here's the first problem with beefing with coyotes. Coyotes are basically canine cockroaches. The harder you try to murk them, the harder they work to birth them. Apparently they even have this roll call where a female will call out and all the coyotes in an area will answer. And if she doesn't hear a lot of yotes back, it'll actually trigger her body to make more pups. Now op number 2, wolves don't mess with coyotes at all. Like to a homicidal level. To the point where wolves will hard bully coyotes in the same area. Now here's where the get back happened. While we were out here spam killing coyotes, we were also at war with wolves. Except getting generationally stepped on by wolves made coyotes that much more adaptable. So while the big bad wolf was getting smoked, coyotes were out here hero-stepping extinction. And when wolves got packed up in the US for coyotes, it was free real estate. So not only did we accidentally become coyote allies, the wolf dating pool got so low, eventually they started doing the unspeakable with the ops to survive, leading to the coy wolf. It's exactly what it sounds like. Remember, wolves hate coyotes more than anything. So just like that, coyotes managed to outcompete their biggest enemy and also colonize their bloodline. And with coyotes found in every state that isn't Hawaii, they basically humbled humanity too. And that's why I rock with them. They're alive out of spite, and I respect that.
Man. A merge between coyote and wolf, both ops joining together, man. All because of us. Crazy story in Animal Kingdom history.
Unexpected emergency alert systems in different countries. Firstly, if you don't know, countries have different emergency alert systems. The one I'm used to is America's that sounds like this.
Yup.
But on the other hand, we have the country of Barbados, which honestly sounds like club music. Next is Japan, which to me isn't that scary, it just sounds like a notification. Now, one that I would genuinely be terrified by is Ireland's. Just imagine waking up to this. Finally, you know, I'm kind of glad that America's emergency alarm isn't too scary, because Denmark is on another level.
Nightmarish facts about your body that you probably shouldn't think about. Due to the brain's lack of pain receptors, brain surgery is often performed while the patient is awake and talking. And in some cases of brain surgery, the surgeon will pull your face forward like a banana. Men's nipples can be stimulated enough to produce milk. Once you turn 30 years old, you can expect to lose half an inch every 10 years. When you developed in the womb, your anus was formed before anything else. So at one point, you were nothing but an asshole. The acid in your body is strong enough to dissolve razor blades, which is why your stomach is in a constant battle to not digest itself. When you get a sunburn, your cells are dying to avoid becoming cancerous. A sneeze can blow out of your nose at over 100 miles an hour. So next time, be careful, because it's actually possible to break a rib simply by sneezing. If you've ever been on a roller coaster and feel like your heartbeat is in your mouth, it isn't your imagination. Your organs are actually moving around inside your body.
You guys know some freaking creepy facts? I think the one that got to me is that we have enough stomach acid to freaking burn, like I said, the razor blade, bro. And they were literally born in that freaking butthole, bro. I never knew that was the first thing that formed, man. So we was all, I guess an asshole one time in our life. Edit. Like I said, man, if you guys see any edits, man, call them out as well, bro. We all need to help each other, man, this community.
Adult jokes in kids' cartoons you probably didn't notice.
Hey, Judy! Want a party with a real bug? Yeah! Oh, lady, come like lava. Yeah.
So, being a ladybug automatically makes me a girl. Is that it, flyboy? Huh?
Yikes! She's a god!
Knowledge you wish you didn't know. Gandhi was racist and sexist. He kept a bunch of underage girls with him all the time. He would bathe with them, get full-body massages from them, and sleep naked with them in order to test himself. He also thought women were responsible for their own sexual assaults, and was totally cool with fathers killing their own daughters after they had been sexually assaulted for family honor.
Gandhi Doc origins confirmed.
Lauren was shot
15 times, and 8 of those shots were fatal. Emergency personnel arrived at the scene as well as local neighbors so that they could assist. At that point, no one had told Lauren's parents that she had been shot. Lauren's mom, Bianca, was unaware of what was going on and was just doing what she normally did, waiting at home for Lauren to arrive. But then, one of her friends pulled up to her house asking if Lauren was home yet. Her mom was confused about this question and responded and said, "No, why?" And the friend, in a panic, said, "Kids are down," and then left. So her mom, Bianca, didn't hesitate or even let her dad, Vern, know what she was doing, and she just booked it out the front door to make sure that it wasn't her child that was, quote, down. Lauren's dad, Vern, could tell that something was wrong because Bianca wasn't the kind of person to just jump up, flee the house without saying anything or indicating what was wrong. So he knew something was up. So he immediately hopped in his truck and he followed her. There were tons of police cars, ambulances, people, and now crime scene tape blocking the area off. So Bianca was just looking around in a complete panic, trying to see if Lauren was there while simultaneously trying to assess the situation and come to terms with what was going on, and that is when she laid eyes on Lauren. In that moment, her worst fears realized and her worst nightmares come true, seeing her daughter on the ground appearing to have been shot.
Okay, this is getting creepy. We're now finding out that a doomsday fish washed up dead in San Diego just 2 days before California was rattled by that 4.6 magnitude earthquake. I mean, come on. Now for anyone that doesn't know, we've spoken about this before, but according to Japanese mythology, the oarfish, which is very rarely seen by humans, because they saw the depths of roughly 200 to 1,000 meters, well, is said to intentionally rise to the surface and beach themselves ahead of an impending earthquake, hence the name. And I made a video earlier this year when one was spotted before the Japan earthquake, and now again, for this one. So, now remember, there is no scientific evidence that has proven a correlation between them washing up and earthquakes. So as of right now, all we can say is just it's a freaky coincidence.
You guys believe that, man? It's 2 out of 2 though. He did one early this year in the fish and freaking earthquake happened, and another one happened as well. So he's 2 for 2 confirmed, man. It's starting to not seem like a coincidence anymore, Seekers.
Attractions in the World Part 2. Today we're going to be talking about the 17th door. This attraction is so much different than the rest because actors are allowed to touch you. There's also a slight possibility that you'll get your hair cut here, which makes things like 100 times worse. Put you through various levels and rooms that just kind of keep getting worse. The room that you're seeing here actually turns and spins while you're in it. It's really trippy, especially if you don't know it's coming. You can watch a walkthrough of this place online. A lot of commenters were saying that this doesn't do the place justice. Basically, they were holding back a little for the people recording, supposedly. Oh yeah, and here's their lovely little barber shop. I wouldn't go here, but let me know if you would.
I'm never going to any of those freaking haunted houses, bro. They're too extreme for my
Beetlejuice
taste.
is not going to try to marry Jenna Ortega's character in the sequel. I feel like the trailers make it abundantly clear that he's trying to get back with Lydia again. First thing he does when he sees her is he grabs her and he says, "I'm gonna make you so happy." He even has a picture of Lydia on his desk, and then he says, "Now's my chance." The trailer kind of implies that Lydia's husband dies at the beginning of the movie, so maybe the movie is about Beetlejuice trying to be a father to Jenna Ortega's character. He puts down the newspaper and it says obituary, so he probably found out someone died and he thought, now is my time. Let me have another chance with Lydia. You can even see in the trailer that he's at the altar with Lydia. You can also see a wedding cake in the chapel, and you see that this is Lydia with the red dress from the first movie. Like, the first wedding outfit is on the wedding cake. And we even see her in a chapel in the red dress. Because I know that Jenna Ortega is wearing a white dress here, but if she was marrying Beetlejuice, it would be this white dress. Also, let's be honest, like, it's 2024. I think they realized that they kind of made him look like a creep in the old movie and that society doesn't like that anymore, or they're not okay with that. And they acknowledge that in the musical. There's a whole song about how Lydia's marrying a creepy old guy and she's an underage bride. Also, this is a fan-made photo. But I know they added this character, I think her name's Dolores, that's gonna be Beetlejuice's wife. I can't wait for this movie though. Let me know your thoughts and follow my TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube for more. It really helps when you interact.
I never watched the first Beetlejuice, guys, so tell me down below, man. Should I check that out? They sound like a creep trying to marry an underage girl. I don't think they're doing that in the second Beetlejuice.
What did Will Smith really mean to tell us?
Yeah, we out here on vacation in the
Bahamas, another beautiful day. Check it out, check it out. Boom. I want to talk to y'all for a minute about the power of perception. You see, there's a lot that goes in to being a hot social media content provider. For instance, y'all think I got time to go on vacation? No. I got social to do. Come on, man, this is blue screen. In fact, I'm gonna keep it 100 with y'all. I haven't looked like this good in years. I've been totally computer generated since like the 90s. And you know what? This ain't even real blue screen. It's 2019, y'all. Nothing's real.
Tell me,
The whole message is just freaking computer generated, man. That's really scary. It shows you how far technology has come, and you can literally just make anything, bro, on the internet. Location, your face, whole bodies. Oh, that's trippy.
do you believe was Disney trying to tell us something? Crazy, right? Some things are just an optical illusion, right? Well, is this an optical illusion? Look at that and tell me you don't know what that is. Go ahead and tell me that confidently and mean it. Because you know darn well what that is. You can see it. No, that's not a carving. That's a petrified animal from the days of old.
Do you see this?
Yes.
Do you see this?
Yep.
It's freaking nature! And it's freaking awesome!
Yes, it is. And I don't think science can properly explain how these animals were petrified so quickly to where they were able to preserve their form through all these years. And you know, that really got me thinking. There's plenty of statues on this earth that are thousands of years old. Now, what if they were petrified beings? Now, I know, it's just a thought. And yeah, I can't wait for the Mount Rushmore jokes. And you can joke all you want, but I promise you truth is stranger than fiction.
These are 8 horrifying facts that will probably keep you up at night. There are thousands of old diseases frozen in the glaciers of the world, and global warming will eventually release them all. If a person dies in their costume at Disney, like Mickey Mouse, they have to be sat down on a bench so it looks like they're resting. Climate change is making spiders bigger. Some female spiders allow their young to eat them alive. Tooth in the eye surgery is when surgeons put a tooth in a blind person's eye to restore their sight. It was pioneered in the 1960s, and it actually works, and it's still being done today. The chances of a successful CPR outside of a hospital is only 7%. Cell phones are 10 times dirtier than a toilet seat. When you suddenly wake up during the night without any reason, there was someone or something staring at you. Yeah, there's a lot more, like for part 12.
Need to clean our phones, bro.
Even
ASAP.
the actor that plays Art the Clown vomited from how gross Terrifier 3 is about to be. In fact, there were a lot of really big production companies that wanted to be involved in making Terrifier 3. The creator ended up turning it down because he didn't want to have less gore and tone down certain scenes. To stick it to these companies, he said, we're gonna make it even worse. He even said that they're gonna make the bedroom scene from the last movie look like a little kid thing. Like, that is how intense this movie is going to be. That is the level that we're about to be on. It's supposedly an unwritten rule that you're not supposed to do anything to kids. Like when bad things happened to Georgie and it was like such a game changer, and so many people were like really upset that they would kid in a film. And I don't know about you, but I'm thinking of so many movies where they don't follow that rule. But they are not about to hold back. I don't understand how they can do like the bedroom scene and then be able to put that in the movie theater. The scene took 3 years to make, and it was so intense that people were either vomiting or walking out of the theater. But it was insane. It was so like an awakening. Terrifier the franchise is just known for upsetting the mainstream and pushing boundaries in horror, which
I haven't been this disturbed in a while. This poor girl was essayed by her father for 12 years, had 3 children with him, all while her grandparents knew. This all happened in West Virginia. Alexandra Thomas was only 9 years old when her father, Kenneth Cook, began essaying her. She gave birth to her first child at 16, her second child at 18, and her third child at 20 years old. This is her dad's Facebook account. It says Daddy's Baby Girls. disgusting. Alexandra said that at the age of 9, she tried to tell CPS, but her grandmother worked very closely with them and told them that she was lying. She said that her grandfather also knew what was going on, but he wasn't surprised and just didn't care. She said that her father threatened her multiple times that if she said anything again, he could make her disappear. She wasn't allowed to have a phone, friends, and he kept her away from her mother's family so that this secret wouldn't get out. Alexandra posted this on Facebook, and basically she said that her youngest was born with severe health issues and stayed in the hospital for the first week, but since her father was scared that the truth would be exposed, he forced her to keep the baby at home, all while he needed medical attention. This disgusting family secret was finally revealed one day when the youngest child was found malnourished. He was only weighing 6 pounds at the age of 1. That's when they did a genetic testing and found out that Kenneth and Alexandra were related. This monster faces more than 150 charges, and his parents can also be charged because they knew this entire time and they never reported it.
This is trypophobia.
The world is going to a freaking dark place, Darko, man. The grandparents knew and they did nothing to try to stop it. They just ignored it. Hey, ain't my problem. Come on, man. People need to be better, plain and simple.
Phobia test, Extreme Edition. Can you make it through all 5? Let's find out. Start the test. Number 1. How about this?
I'm cool.
Halfway through. Feeling uncomfortable yet? Last one. If you couldn't make it to the end, then you could have trypophobia, which is the fear of clusters of small holes or patterns. Follow now to see if you can make it through the next extreme phobia test.
I mean, where was she at?
If you're scared of snakes, this video will probably be your worst nightmare. This absolute unit of a snake is called the Titanoboa, and they existed over 60 million years ago. These things were slithering around at almost 50 feet long, and let me just put that into perspective for you. That would be like lining up 8 Shaquille O'Neals from head to toe, and we know that dude's massive. Now, God didn't want to make them too overpowered, so he didn't give them any venom, but he did give them the ability to be amazing swimmers and even faster than a racehorse when moving on land. Now, although the Titanoboa doesn't have any venom, it is a constrictor, so when it catches its prey, it crushes the absolute soul out of it. Its jaw then unhinges, allowing its mouth to open wide enough to consume a whole human, alligator, really anything else. You might be thinking, with all this power, how did this beast go extinct? Well, it's not because they skipped leg day. No. You see, when the Earth cooled down, they couldn't maintain their metabolism anymore and went extinct. You can thank God that they're not around today. Make sure you share this video with someone who hates snakes.
Today I'm going to show you one of the scariest things on the internet. When is the last time any of you guys have actually checked your spam folder? Well, today I got really bored and I was checking my emails and I clicked on my spam folder and I came across this. This is a spam email and it is basically threatening me that if I don't send $1,300, they're going to ruin my life. Firstly, I already know you and all of your loved ones very well. Secondly, the occasion for which I'm writing to you is not the happiest one for a friendly greeting. The next part of this email then proceeds to tell me that it has access to my webcam and that it's been monitoring my activity for the last few months and I've been up to some not good things. Apparently, I've been watching a highly controversial video, they recorded it. Then they proceed to tell me that they have access to my entire contact list and they're going to be sending this controversial video they recorded of me to all my friends, colleagues, and family. Here is the bad part. I can go further and put all of these files as well as the recorded fun of you and your hacked contents with hardcore videos. Then they proceed to say, send me $1,300 and I won't send it. Well, they got me really interested because I was like, there's no way people are actually dumb enough to fall for this scam. Right? They have made a total of $4,547. So that makes me wonder, what type of videos are these people who are sending the money watching? Look, I'm not telling people to do this, but they've made about $5 grand in like 4 days. Not bad. But the real question is, what type of videos were these people watching where they felt scared enough to actually send the money? Make sure to like and follow for more videos tomorrow.
He's actually asking important questions, man. They sent $1,300 there. What were they watching, bro? They must have been watching something they wasn't supposed to, man. They were that scared. Because obviously you can tell that was a fake email, but it scared him to the core. He was doing something they weren't supposed to be doing.
Morbid Facts, Part 10. When 13-year-old Ryan White got AIDS from a blood donor in 1984, he was only given 6 months to live. Even though doctors said he posed absolutely zero risk to other students, Ryan was banned from returning to school by a petition signed by 117 parents. An auction was even held to raise funds to keep him out, and a local newspaper that supported him received death threats. The family had no other choice but to leave town when a bullet was shot through the window of their home. Ryan outlived the doctor's diagnosis by 5 years, dying at the age of 19. In 2009, Moscow native Julia Popova was stabbed in the neck by a mugger, but she was in so much shock that she walked home without even realizing that the knife was embedded in her, just millimeters from her spinal cord. She spent over an hour with the blade in her back before finally going to the hospital. The knife was successfully removed via surgery, and Julia made a full recovery. Dutchman Dirk Willems was a religious prisoner who escaped his execution in 1569. When the guard chasing him fell through the ice in a nearby river, Willems turned around to save him. He was then recaptured and burned at the stake. Your lungs have a total surface area of 750 square feet, meaning if they are opened up and laid flat, they would cover the entire size of a tennis court. In 1977, the drummer for Lynyrd Skynyrd, Artemis Pyle, survived the plane crash that killed half the band. He then walked to a nearby house for help, only to be shot by the homeowner. He was apparently startled by the sight of a long-haired, bloody man, and fired a warning shot that hit the drummer in the shoulder. Once Pyle shouted that there was a crash, the farmer helped him and he went on to recover.
Just wait for the video at the end where you see this giant thing submerged. It's beautiful. It's not. This is the gigantic crocodile animatronic used for the 1999 movie Lake Placid. Look at the animatronics mechanics that are going to be completely submerged, including most of it. And this is how absolutely massive it is. It was made by Stan Winston and his crew, and they're geniuses. It's great, but this horrifies me. I'm suing. Like, here's it in the water, mostly submerged, with bro up there. I could never, you could not pay me to be a guy in the freaking water like this. No. Like, could you ever get in the water with this thing? With this gigantic crocodile animatronic? No. Nah. This is the gigantic rig that is actually the, like, skeleton of the crocodile that's completely submerged. Like, look at this. Look at this. Knowing it's completely submerged in the water, I hate it. Look at this one. What's that underneath him? That's a person that's, like, fixing things underneath it. Let's look at it again. Could you ever do that? They use a giant winch to put it in the water. Like, why? They could have completely used CGI. They should have. I'm scared. This is one of the worst ones for me. Watch this video and let me know what you're thinking. And could you ever be in the water with that?
Imagine seeing that, man. You don't even think that's an animatronic. You would think that was real. You really can't tell the difference.
Here are some signs that you won't believe actually exist. Alright, here's the first one. Please do not stand, sit, climb, or lean on zoo fences. If you fall, animals scare you, and that might make them sick. Thank you. This container transports a disease which has no cure. Why? Danger, if you fall in the pond, you will be boiled. Attention, make sure the door is closed tightly so bears can't get in. Thank you. Wild bears be getting in. What the Really hoping the same sign is on the entrance of the slide. Oh, surely it isn't. Do not grab Hamish by the horns. I will not grab Hamish by the horns. If elevator does not move, do a small jump, it should move after. Nah, why would it move? What? Danger, do not get on elevator with one of these. If it leaks, you'll die. Why would someone get an elevator with one of these? What?
Behind me is 14-year-old George Stinney Jr., and at the age of 14, he was falsely accused of killing 2 girls. This happened 80 years ago, and this little kid was sentenced to death by the electric chair. They found the bodies of 2 young girls by George's house, so they automatically blamed him, even though they had no evidence whatsoever. On top of the false accusations, he spent 81 days in jail without even seeing his parents, and he was 80 miles away from his hometown. And he also did not get treated well. He didn't even have a lawyer in his presence during the time of questioning, and he was a kid, so he doesn't know better. He also did not receive a fair trial. The trial lasted 2 hours, and then it was handed down in 10 minutes. His parents weren't even allowed in the courtroom, and then they were banned from the city. On the day of his execution, he was carrying a Bible with him, and then they had to prop him up on that same Bible because he was too short for the electric chair. 70 years later, they overturned this conviction, saying that this case didn't make any sense. Apparently, the girls died because blunt force trauma by a beam. George is way too small to lift that beam up, so they were like, there's no possible way. But the damage was done. This was 70 years, way too late. The Green Mile by Stephen King was inspired by this story. Let me know your thoughts in the comment section below. As always, these videos are for informational purposes only.
Let's see if you have thalassophobia. I'm going to show you 5 photos. If you feel too uncomfortable to make it to the 5th photo, then you could have thalassophobia. So let's go. First one. How about this?
I'm cool.
Feeling uneasy yet? Almost there. Last one. If those images made you feel uneasy, then you may have thalassophobia, which is the fear of deep bodies of water. So let me know if you discovered a new phobia down below.
But I wouldn't go that deep in water, so I think the last one got me, man. I'll never go that deep. That ain't for me. Somebody in there with him? Yep.
This film director was found stabbed to death inside of her London home. One thing was missing, it was her diamond-encrusted Rolex, and they think that is the motive for the murder right now. Her name is Jennifer Abbott, but she was known professionally as Sarah Steinberg. Now here's the crazy part, she was found by her niece and neighbors, and when they found her, she had tape over her mouth. Somebody stabbed her, maybe taped her mouth before they stabbed her, and then took her stuff and headed out. On top of this, she was found wrapped in a blanket on her bed. She was last seen walking her corgi on June 10th. Now that same very corgi was found alive. However, it was locked in the bathroom for 3 days, so it's a miracle that thing even survived. The niece was panicking that something was wrong with her aunt when she showed up initially. She got the neighbors, and the neighbor's son ended up breaking the door down. People are saying she also had stomach cancer and recently underwent surgery right before her death, which makes me think personally, somebody must have heard something, maybe she went through surgery and was recovering, and then that made her the perfect victim for their attack. Of course, she's a very successful director. She's going to have expensive things probably laying around her home. Do you guys think there's something fishy behind the scenes? Let me know.
Was this woman saved by her guardian angel? Joan wrote on Catholic.org that when she was 21, she was heading to a club with 2 friends. She said that as she got ready, she started feeling really odd. Then she said that it became clear to her that her and her friend were going to get into a car accident and she would not walk away from it. This was before cell phones, so she had to wait for her friend to tell her that she could not go with her since she had already left her house when Joan had this revelation. When Joan opened the door to tell her friend that she would not be going, she said that she felt a strong hand on each of her shoulders holding her back, even though she was completely alone in the room. When she told her friend that she could not go with her, she said that the hands and the odd feeling went away. On the way home from the club, her friend got into a car accident and totaled the passenger side of the car where Joan would have been sitting. She was fine, but the passenger side of the car was completely destroyed.
I need to know how you feel about abandoned water parks, because if you're anything like me, you hate this. Look at this in the water. That shouldn't be there. That's supposed to float, not sink. Why is abandoned places, number one, terrifying, but also abandoned amusement parks and water parks so much worse? This image with the graffiti, that's actually beautiful. I don't like this though. This is still water. Icky. We got Cosmo and Wanda, or more recently, Elphaba and Glinda. The pipes in the water of this one in particular sends me over the edge. I have a huge phobia of pipes and water. Call me stupid, make fun of me all you want. This is icky, and I know I'm not the only one. Imagine that you're exploring an abandoned water park late at night, and you decide to go in there, and you get stuck, and there's no one to save you. I don't like that. Why am I scaring myself? Like, that's not safe, dude. That's not, please get down. Please get down. I'm gonna call your mom.
It really is.
Like, why? Why do people do this? I just don't like the fact that nature is taking this place back. It's beautiful. Terrifying, though. So, yeah. How do you feel? Terrifying, right? Or am I dumb yet again?
Maybe. Maybe I go exploring. Abandoned water park during the day, but not during the night. I don't know what creepy crawler's going to try to come out. So, yeah.
World's most dangerous conspiracy theories. This picture represents conspiracy theories from the most well-known to the darkest. Some of these theories say once you learn the truth, there's no return. For this series, we're going to be picking some from each category until we reach tier 10, the point of no return. Tier 10 is so scary that some people are saying that I will die before I even reach tier 10. Okay, tier 1. Today we're going to be talking about cryptozoology. Cryptozoology is defined as the search for animals whose existence is disputed. For example, Bigfoot, Chupacabra, and the Loch Ness Monster. For this one, I want to talk about the Ningen. The Ningen is based in Japan. It's an aquatic humanoid creature that can be larger than a whale but also mutate into a human. I know what you're thinking, no way this is real. I thought the same thing until I saw this. In 2007, a company published a magazine with Ningens on the cover. The magazines were completely destroyed with no trace, but I found the PDF file of what it looked like. It gets even weirder. Early February 2013, a huge mysterious object washes ashore that makes locals freak out. 3 days later, the website was taken down without a trace. Doing some more research, I found out that people from Japan created a forum page talking about all of the government corruption that was happening. They then began to speak on the Ningen, and somebody says that he was on the research ship when they captured it on camera, and then government officials raided the boat and even supposedly killing some of the people. 3 days later, the forum page was taken down without a trace, but I found it once again, and take a look at one of the videos somebody posted. So what do you think? Is this Ningen just some myth, or is the government hiding something much darker? This was only tier 1. Make sure to follow to see tier 2 because we have a lot more to cover.
Creepy last words people said right before dying. Registered nurse Shirley Smith said that she had a very rich patient who was of cancer. The patient had upside-down crosses and a Satan's Bible by her bedside. Shirley said that she will never forget what happened. It was the middle of the summer, and yet it was so cold and dark in her room that you couldn't even stand it, even in the middle of the day. She said that it got so evil feeling in there that she had to call a priest to pray with her and her aides before they would even enter the room. When the patient passed away, she had not spoken in over 24 hours. And then all of a sudden, she sat straight up and said, "Satan, take me." And then she fell back on the bed. Shirley said that after she passed, the room got bright and extremely warm. Shockingly, when they moved the patient's body, they had to get rid of the mattress because where her body had been, it looked burnt. And the most horrible smell was emanating from the mattress cover. Needless to say, Shirley went to confession immediately because she did not want an evil spirit around her. A nurse said that one of their patients had a serious recurrence and had to be admitted. Over the course of several nights, he had become quite upset during rounds. He kept asking for his wallet, saying that he had to pay the ferryman. The medical student on rotation in the department took a quarter out of his pocket and put it in the patient's hand. The patient then dropped the coin into the cup on his bedstand and calmed down. Later that night, he passed away quietly. The nurse asked what happened. The medical student, who remembered his Greek mythology, said that the patient had to pay Charon, the ferryman, to be taken across the river Styx. A nurse said that he was doing rounds at a hospital. There was one two-patient room, and one of the patients was a very loud and confused woman who could be quite a handful. On this particular night, she had a roommate who had passed away shortly before the nurse entered the room. She was DNR, so there was no code blue. When he entered the room, he noticed that the elderly lady, who was usually very loud and confused, was sitting quietly with her hands crossed neatly upon her lap. Something was different, and there was this look of serenity on her face. She asked him in a voice that seemed much younger and clearer than before, "Did you see them, young man? They're so beautiful." He said, "No, ma'am, there's no one else here." She said, "They're right next to you, talking to Mrs. Banneker. The angels. They're so beautiful." He said that he instantly felt every hair of his body stand up, and an electric tingle course up and down his spine. "They're not here for me this time," she said sadly.
Today we're going to be talking about some of the absolute worst shark animatronics, most of them underwater. Let's go. This image, I hate it. This guy that's on a dark ride, I don't like this one at all. Here's another version of it when it pops out of the water more. Who did this? Here's another image of the same shark with the track right by it. That is sickening, completely submerged like that. This image completely plagues my nightmares of the Jaws animatronic for the movie.
Yo, some Jaws.
This one's actually super interesting. Her name is Daisy, and she is a shark animatronic that looks super, super realistic. And she is rented out for people to like make movies and stuff of her. But here's an image of her being transported in the water, and she looks kind of goofy. This isn't an animatronic, but this image freaks me out every single time I see it. I'm pretty sure it's CGI, and it is from Deep Blue Sea, the best shark movie ever made. Another Jaws animatronic picture. I hate this one. All the tracks and all the animatronics, some mechanophobia coded. Hate it. This one has braces, and that red eye is freaking me out. Here's one of the Jaws animatronics without face skin if you needed to have nightmares tonight. There you go. These animatronics, oh my god, the fact that they're in the water is so sickening like that. Like, why? Sharks the scariest because of their completely black eyeballs. Like, they have no, like, whites of their eyes. They're just, like, these black, just creepy, creepy eyes. I don't like them. You would have to pay me at least $500 to get on this ride, this Finding Nemo ride. The fact that Bruce sticks his head out like that. Like, look at him side-eyeing, dude. I don't like looking at this picture at all. And, of course, the Jaws animatronic at the Japanese Universal Studios. The worst. The fact that it is huge and it is in that water like that. Hate it. Which one was the worst for you?
This is what would happen if you stopped sleeping. After the first 24 hours, you would feel great, which is because early on, sleeplessness stimulates a part of your brain that causes you to feel happy and energetic. But not long after this 24-hour mark, you'll start to feel sluggish, be forgetful, and appear drunk to other people. After 2 full days of not sleeping, your body would appear to lose all its energy and feel like it's shutting down. Just because your body can't properly metabolize glucose without sleep. After 3 days, your skin would become pale, your eyes would become red, and you'll start to hallucinate. Which means that your worst nightmares are going to appear real right in front of your eyes, kind of like sleep paralysis, but you're awake. And after 2 full weeks, your immune system would be so weak that the common cold would be enough to unalive you. And after 3 full weeks, there's a super high chance that you'll have a heart attack. But let me know, what was the longest you ever went without sleeping?
This married teacher cried as cops arrested her after they found out she had sexually abused a student 45 times. And apparently she had groomed that student since he was 14 all the way up to about age 16. She'll face nearly 60 years in prison if she's convicted and found guilty. Apparently, the teenage student's mother was going through his phone and found disturbing texts between the teacher and her son. She decided to contact the school board and the police to get to the bottom of what's going on. As of today, she has resigned from her teaching job. And then, like I said, there was 45 counts of her and the student engaging in sex and stuff like that. Whether that was in school, before school, at her own home, everything. They found thousands of texts confirming what the boy's mother was saying too. When police confronted her, she claimed that the student was just some sort of stalker that was obsessed with her. And also, the husband had no idea what was going on. He just knew the student as some soccer player at the school. And that's when the text messages got pulled up. As of right now, she's denying any sexual relations with that student. And then they pulled from her notes app and found a memoir of things she was mad about. Apparently, she was mad that the teenage boy was not picking her as the first choice or something like that. She was literally just venting in her notes app about this kid. A 30-year-old grown teacher. Let me know your thoughts.
She was sacrificed by 3 teen boys so that their band could make it big and even inspired the movie Jennifer's Body. Elise Pollard was born on April 26 of 1980 in Arroyo Grande, California. Her parents raised her as a Christian and had a strong connection with their beliefs. On July 22nd of 1995, 15-year-old Elise was reported missing. For about 8 months, no one could find a trace of Elise and her case went cold. The case opened up when 17-year-old Royce Casey admitted to taking the life of Elise with 2 other teenagers. He led police to mummified remains of Elise at a grave that was only a quarter mile away from her home. The 2 other teens involved were 16-year-old Jacob and 15-year-old Joseph, and the 3 were all arrested and charged. According to Royce, they picked Elise because she was a blonde, blue-eyed virgin, and they were going to sacrifice her so that their metal band would make it big. Once the boys picked Elise as their victim, they stalked her for weeks and to find the best way they could get her away from school and to hang out with them alone. When they successfully lured Elise away from the school, they took her to a grove with the promise of substances. They attacked her from behind, put a belt around her neck, and strangled her. They all took turns stabbing her when she was left with 12 stab wounds. As these boys were attacking and kicking her body, Elise was praying to God for help and calling out for her mom. Elise eventually bled to death with her 12 stab wounds. But the torture didn't stop there. Once she had passed away, the boys essayed her body. Royce was sentenced to life in prison with a minimum of 21 years, and it's probably because he confessed to the police. Jacob and Joseph were both sentenced to life in prison with a minimum of 26 years. In 2021, Royce was up for parole and he stated that he was a changed person, he felt remorse, he even got an education while he was in prison, but he was denied. Many think that the movie Jennifer's Body is based on this case. In the movie, Jennifer is taken to the woods by these band members. They end up sacrificing her so that their band can make it big. But in the movie, she becomes a vampire and takes the life of guys.
And we know, man, how these movies and shows will be based off of real, true stories, so that's not that far of a leap. It's a chilling case.
Would you ever visit this abandoned park that has a bunch of massive busts of old presidents? You know, I don't think I would. It used to be a lively place, but it closed in 2010, and some guy bought all of the busts and put it on some abandoned land. And it looks like this now. This is horrifying. I don't like this. This is how big a human is in comparison to all of these. That's just sickening. Can you imagine going there after dark in this abandoned area with all these massive... I couldn't do it. Also, this is Abraham Lincoln. If you know, you know. Like jail. Did someone do this on purpose, or was it a weird coincidence? This is kind of cool with all the plants on it. Still terrifying though. I have megalophobia, which is fear of huge things, and then abandoned places mixed together. No, thank you.
Ain't good.
I think George Washington's about to square up. Does anyone know which president this is that's missing the jaw though? This is horrific. But yeah, here's another picture of it. Would you go here? Some of them are missing the top of their heads. They had their wigs snatched. I don't know, man. I don't know. I think it'd be cool to go, but also I would be terrified I'd poop.
She found out that her husband was cheating on her, so she cut his private part off. In 2015, Feng Lung from China had found out that her husband was sending emails to another woman. Her husband Fan had used her phone to send these emails, but he forgot to log out of his account. Fan was asleep in their bed when this happened, and without thinking twice, Feng grabbed a pair of scissors, walked over to him, and cut his private part off, and it was completely detached from his body. Fan was rushed to the hospital, and doctors were successfully able to reattach it and treat his injuries. Feng was unhappy that the doctors were able to do this, so she snuck into the surgery center and attacked her husband again. She did the same exact thing to Fan, but this time she threw it out the window. There was blood pouring from Fan's groin area, but he still went outside to go look for it. As he was running outside, Feng ran after him to try and attack him again, but that's when he punched her in the face. Hospital staff were able to separate the two, and Fan was treated for his new injuries. Unfortunately for Fan, doctors nor police were able to locate his private part. Feng ended up being arrested and charged with grievous bodily harm.
AI can now officially read your dreams. When you look at anything like this grass field, your brain's neural pathways form a specific pattern, sort of like a heat map. And every possible thing you look at or can even imagine has its own unique pattern. When you dream, your brain behaves much the same way, forming brain frequency patterns based on what you're dreaming about. Well, Asa Raskin from the Center for Humane Technology announced that they've done some tests, and what they discovered is impressive but incredibly alarming. They put a test subject inside an fMRI machine, which can read brain activity, and had them look at an image, in this case an image of a giraffe, and the machine mapped out their brainwave pattern. They then hid the image and fed only the brain map data to an AI image generator, probably a little more advanced than Midjourney. An AI that has never seen the original image of the giraffe, nor had access to an internet database that stored the original image either. It then generated, strictly based on the fMRI brain map data, what it determined that the person was looking at, and this is what it produced. Not exactly the same image, but I don't think you understand what it means that AI can now turn this into that with this level of accuracy. And we're still quite early in this technology, so it's only getting better from here. Then they took it a step further. They showed the test subject in the fMRI machine a video, and on top of generating what the subject is seeing, they also wanted to find out if the AI can read your inner monologue, the words you think to yourself in your own mind that no one else knows about. The test subject watched this video and was told to narrate what was going on in the video inside their own head. Here, let's do it together. You ready? Did you get all that? Now again, given only the subject's brain activity heat map, this is what the AI determined the person was thinking. I see a girl that looks just like me get hit on the back and then she is knocked off. Probably a bit different than what you thought, but this is literally AI reading our minds, and all it takes is someone's fMRI brain scan data. Our thoughts and dreams can now be leaked to the world. Give it a few more years and this technology will get near perfect. And sure, fMRI machines may look like this today, big, clunky, and all around you, but that technology is also going to improve. What if we have fMRI Apple Vision Pro goggles 10, 20 years from now? You'd be able to see and read what someone is thinking or even dreaming by just looking at them.
That's crazy, man. AI getting to the point where it can read our brains. It can translate the dreams. That's taking that step too far, man. That's giving it way too much access. But you know it's not gonna stop, man, because those AI contracts be coming in, man. It's all about the money, so. But that's a scary thought, man. In my opinion, we need to slow it down just a lot. Not a little bit, just a lot, bro. Kind of set up some safeguards. Seekers, if you guys made it with me to the end of the video, you're a true seeker seeking the truth. I greatly appreciate the support. Make sure you guys comment down below. Hit that thumbs up button, man. Also, don't forget to hit that post notification bell so you always get notified when I upload my next videos. You guys gonna catch you in the next one, man. I'm out. Peace, YouTube.